Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, councillors, those here in attendance and those who might be listening in at their own timely leisure. As we do open today's meeting, we meet on the unceded lands of the Pawel people, the original and ongoing owners, and we open today's meeting at 1:01. Thank you. Please be seated. In opening today's meeting as well, under the local government meeting procedures that were updated in 25, it's a requirement for us just to remind those in attendance that all persons attending the meeting are to be respectful because there is an audio-visual recording that is also being made. We do have apologies today from Councillor Kai. So we'll move forward through mayoral acknowledgements into declarations of interest. A councillor must declare any interest that councillors have in any matter before any discussion on that matter commences. Do we have any declarations of interest today? Being no hands, we'll move forward to the confirmation of the minutes at 4. 4.1 is the confirmation that the recommendation being the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held on the 5th of February be confirmed as true and correct record. Somebody please to move. Been moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Any comments, any contributions? Okay, to the vote, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the council workshops at 5.1, recommendation being that council notes the council workshops conducted and attended since the last council meeting for the purposes that have been described and published as a part of this agenda. Somebody please to move. Councillor Marsden has moved, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Marsden, as the mover, any contributions? Councillor Britton, anything around the table, contributions? Okay, moving to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, that motion is so carried. We've got councillors' leave of absence and parental leave notifications, which will be discussed and dealt with as a part of closed council at 6. I don't believe we've got any community reports that have been identified for today, so we'll move to questions by members of the public. 8.1 is questions on notice by members of the public, and they are responded to and published as a part of this agenda. So we move to 8.2, which is questions without notice by members of the public. You may ask a total of 3 questions, and if you wouldn't mind, please, starting with your name and suburb. Please move to the microphone if there's any questions without notice. Mr. Christian?
Good afternoon, Noel Christensen from Punchbowl. I'd like to know the whereabouts, please, of Mannequin Piss, formerly of John Hart Conservatory, City Park, and now present whereabouts unknown.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the question, and I do acknowledge that there was a question around the reinstalment as well. So we'll find out where in the process of that refurbishment now that the outside has been completed as to the reinstalment and those processes and where we're at with Mannequin, and we'll find that out for you. I'll take that on notice. Cool. Any further comments or questions without notice? Just name and suburb, please.
James Carroll, Swan Bay. My questions are the traffic in Launceston, which I came into the meeting and brought up on the 29th of May last year. I've had very little communication and feedback from the Launceston City Council. I'm just going to hand out a little document here, if we can hand them around, please, to everybody. That's a defect notice I received from the Transport Department the morning after I came into the last meeting. I have an ex-government vehicle that has a Garmin tracker in it, which is linked to my VIN. Obviously, what I had to say last time rustled a few feathers. I've still been on the case with that. I've approached some of our politicians. I've had a direct discussion with our Premier. I've had a direct discussion with our Treasurer and also our Deputy Premier. I don't seem to have seen many changes. There was a slight variation made to the traffic from Cimetière Street to Balfour Street, which has improved the flow there. But nothing done from Invermay Macca's through to Cimetière Street. and the intersection across the Tamar Street Bridge has not been touched. So I'm not sure what Launceston City Council is doing because I don't seem to get any communication back. I've offered to sit down with our CEO. I've spoken with Councillor Mackenzie a couple of times, but he seems to have lost the ability to answer his phone. I'm not sure what our mayor is doing. There seems to be plenty of photo opportunities. You may want to take that up down on the Tamar Street Bridge and then you can see how much congestion is affecting everybody down there. But yeah, I would like some direct communication back from the Launceston City Council because this does affect a lot of the ratepayers directly and every day, and it is actually quite a simple fix. I realise the state government has to be involved in the Category 1 highway side of it, but I don't believe that's necessarily the case over here at the Tamar Street Bridge. But it does need improving and it does need to be fixed fairly efficiently.
Thank you. And if I could just clarify the questions that I can then...
The question's what are Launceston City Council doing to improve the traffic conditions?
Thank you. Excellent. Yep, we'll take those on notice and we'll ensure that there's a full detailed report that is also published as a response to that for you, Mr Carroll. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions without notice? Okay, we'll move forward through the agenda. We've got no petitions or deputations which have been identified as a part of this agenda, so we do now move into Planning Authority. At 11, we have got, under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in agenda item 11. Planning Authority starts at 11.1 with 103 to 109 and 101 Wellington Street. Now, before we do go to the officer recommendation, we will open to the floor for public commentary. I do have some noted speakers. I've got first, and I'll just go in order of how they're written on the sheet as you entered. So I believe I've got Sophia first.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors.
Just a moment, Sophia. Councillor Marsden's just going to help you for a sec.
Challenged.
Fantastic, thank you.
My name's Sophia Chinagua. I'm a Director of Jimmy's Property Management, the owner of Jimmy's Complex. I'm here making a representation of the complex and also on behalf of Nick Nicataras, Director of Hill Street Grocer, who'll be investing in their new flagship store within our complex at 196 to 200 Charles Street. Our shopping complex is very close to the proposed development. We support investment in Launceston and we support well-designed social housing, but we are concerned about one fundamental issue: parking. As outlined in our formal representation, the proposal provides only 8 on-site park spaces, where the acceptable solution requires 113. Even following the Council's revised assessment, there remains a significant shortfall. We understand the City Mission has advised that 35 leased parking spaces in the vicinity are currently used by staff. However, there's no evidence before Council that these spaces are secured in perpetuity, tied to the land or legally guaranteed for the life of the development. Leases can expire, arrangements can change, ownership can change. If those spaces are central to the justification for approving this level of shortfall, then their ongoing availability should be certain, not assumed. At a minimum, we respectfully request that the Council imposes a condition requiring clear evidence that these lease spaces are secured on an ongoing basis and legally associated with the development prior to commencement. Because if those 35 spaces fall away in the future, the parking demand does not disappear, it shifts. It shifts onto surrounding streets, it shifts into time-limited public bays, and most concerning to us, it shifts into nearby private car parks, including supermarket customer parking. Our car park is not public infrastructure, it is provided for customers to access our business. If residents, staff and visitors from a 6-storey mixed-use development rely on private commercial parking, it reduces availability for customers and affects the orderly operation of existing businesses. We are not asking Council to refuse development. We are asking that it meets its own reasonable parking needs and that any reliance on external parking be secured properly and transparently. That is simply sound planning and fair to surrounding landowners. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Mr Hill.
I'm here to represent against the proposed development of 103, 109 Wellington Street. Council's own building height and mass study in 2018 refers to the predominant scale of the city and each area of the city, and I encourage you to read it. Page 5, mixed-use zones have a height restriction of 12 metres or 1 metre greater than the average building height in the site or on adjoining lots. The planning scheme surmises that the building height must be compatible with the streetscape and character of the surrounding area. Page 12, a snapshot of the study area suggests a consistent overall build form of between 9 and 15 metres in height. It also recognises that the taller contemporary buildings stand out and are not seen as desirable in terms of their contribution to the character of the city. Scale of form is one of Launceston's greatest assets that sets it apart from other cities and adds to its desirability as a place to live and work. Some time ago, we approached the Launceston City Council to develop a residential zone block in Forster Street with the aim of leasing or lease to buy for our most vulnerable. 4 units originally, with the potential to get to 10 to 12. We understood the area was in a flood inundation zone, but the proposed dwellings were designed to Council's own flood recommendations. The resulting email from Duncan Payton was, residential development is prohibited. I'm sure you remember the meeting, Mayor. It appears the Planning Department can bend rules and ignore recommendations such as parking requirements and building height recommended restrictions when they feel like it. These inconsistencies have the ability to call into question the integrity of the Planning Department. Parking will be a problem moving forward. Midson's traffic report is based on a theoretical parking assessment. I'll give you a factual one. January 25, I took a photo of a red car parked in Frederick Street that obviously belonged to a City Mission client. 25 days later, today, it's still sitting in the exact same spot. City Mission or Council have not done anything to remove it. I believe there's currently 3 crisis accommodation rooms, so it begs the question, how many vehicles will be there with 48 rooms? The formula that was provided in the submission is still 24 parks short, and that's only if the 35 owned or leased sites stated will be available till the end of time. Allowing this lack of parking and foresight to proceed sets a very dangerous precedent. The antisocial behaviour we've had to endure is constant. The swearing, the arguments, the gentleman crossing the road to urinate behind the power station, finding human faeces in the car park, needles and discarded alcohol containers. Adding considerably to the social housing clients the City Mission already has will bring more of this behaviour to the already struggling CBD. If this building goes ahead in the proposed position, it will set a very dangerous precedent for our city. From your study on page 10, the most common argument for justification of height beyond a control is precedent. Whereas where there is already a height that exceeds or maximum or deemed to comply height, it can be argued that it is acceptable to match it and more than likely exceed it a little. The difficulty with this proposition is that each time a height is increased, it becomes a new precedent, and heights simply increase over time as successive projects argue for more and scheme provisions lose their relevance. If you want a solution, the Birchells building is situated right next door to mine, a 6-storey building that we can go up right next to it. In the CBD, has access to parking, it's close to the main bus hub and a proposed play area for children, which the Mission doesn't. Council and the City Mission could really work on a partnership to help our most vulnerable, which is what it's about. And if the Council firmly believes that antisocial behaviour in car parking is not an issue, why don't we use this building that's been dormant for so many years? Or is it too close to where we work here?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Hill. I've got Mr Murray next.
Hi, Jared, Upton Street, Launceston. I'm objecting to the development proposed for 103 to 109 Wellington Street. The site is zoned urban mixed use with a maximum building height, according to your own report, of 10 metres. The proposed development is 22.75 metres tall, which is over 225% of the allowed height. The proposal relies on performance criteria, but despite the claims of the Council's report, this development does not actually seem to meet them. The buildings in the area are predominantly 2-storey with some 3 storeys. The report refers to tall buildings that have been recently approved or built, but all of these are on the other side of the CBD and not particularly relevant to this proposal, particularly the 22.5 metre high, seven-storey car park that I would consider one of the worst approvals that this council has done in the last 10 years. The proposed development's extreme height and bulk will have a significant impact on the character of this part of the city, and to claim that as the council has, that the building will be largely obscured by a billboard on Wellington Street is slightly out there. The building is a huge box and will stand a full 4 storeys above the surrounding buildings, and as a modern apartment style facade won't help. To claim that the 1 metre setback on Frederick Street will do anything to lessen its impact is wishful thinking. I should also mention the complete lack of parking for the residential part of the building, and yes, this is allowed in the planning scheme. However, that allowance was for developments that fit the scale and intent of the city, and not for this sort of high-intensity, oversized apartment development. Based on the report the council has written, it's clear that they intend for the development to be approved. However, I encourage the council to protect this city that we live in and push back on the developments like this. The development is not compatible with the streetscape and character of the area and should not be approved.
Thank you, Mr Murray. Next to speak, I've got Mr Voss.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak today.
Just even though we know it, just for the records, name and suburb, please, Mr Voss.
That's Rolf Voss from Riverside, representing the Launceston City Mission as Chair of the Board. City Mission has served Tasmania for more than 170 years, but few initiatives are as vital for Launceston as the proposed community precinct. Every day we see pressure mounting in our city. Tasmania's rental market is at breaking point, with vacancy rates as low as 0.5%, making it extremely difficult for people to secure stable housing. At the same time, more than 5,000 households are waiting for social and affordable housing, many in urgent need. In Launceston, around 500 people are currently waiting specifically for single-bedroom housing, which speaks to just how acute the need for smaller, stable homes for individuals is. Last year alone, more than 2,500 people came to City Mission seeking food and financial assistance. 500 of them were experiencing homelessness. These are Launceston residents, our neighbours, parents, young people, our older community members who simply need a safe place to call home. The Launceston Community Precinct will deliver 48 units of social and affordable housing integrated with healthcare, emergency relief and community services. Designed with trauma-informed and heritage-sensitive principles, it will provide dignity, stability and practical pathways forward. It also creates a collaborative hub for service providers, strengthening the entire support system around vulnerable residents. This project will also strengthen Frederick Street, improving safety, livability and creating a more welcoming, connected community for neighbours and local businesses. This is a $30 million investment, not just for today, but for generations to come, creating long-term community infrastructure that will strengthen the Launceston well into the future. Today I ask for your support to approve this development application. Together, we can build a city where our community has a place to belong and a place to call home. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Voss. I've got Miss Henley next. Just name and suburb, please.
Sarah Henley, I'm representing Loretto Community Housing. I'm based in Hobart. So Loretto Community Housing is the organisation that will manage the tenancies within the development. This proposed community precinct is a bold initiative that brings together affordable housing, health services and community support in one integrated, purpose-built hub. We commend Launceston City Mission for their vision, which aligns closely with our own values and Council's strategic goals. Loretto Community Housing manages more than 3,100 properties statewide, supported by strong governance, well-established systems and long-standing community partnerships. We understand the responsibility that comes with operating a development of this significance in a prominent city location. Car parking has been a central concern. This isn't an oversight, it's an intentional contemporary model used widely in inner city locations across Tasmania and nationally. The precinct's location provides excellent access to services, retail, health providers and public transport, making car-free living realistic and attractive. From our experience, both as Tier 1 providers and through managing hundreds of tenancies, residents in walkable inner-city locations self-select accordingly. Car ownership remains very low, and those who do own cars typically relocate to homes that better meet their needs. Before any tenancy begins, we will communicate clearly that no on-site parking is available and that surrounding streets are paid zones. If an applicant requires a private vehicle for daily life, we will work with them to find a more suitable property elsewhere in our Tasmanian portfolio. More broadly, reducing the number of cars supports broader sustainability goals by lowering traffic generation and encouraging greater use of active and public transport, including walking and cycling. Concerns have also been raised around antisocial behaviour. This is long-term housing, not crisis accommodation. Tenants are assessed as ready for stable, independent living, and our management framework is proactive, clear and grounded in the Residential Tenancy Act. Expectations are explicit, issues are addressed early, and behaviour that impacts neighbours or local businesses is not tolerated. At a time when more than 5,500 Tasmanians are on their housing waitlist, brave decisions are needed to ensure people have safe, stable and well-located homes. This precinct represents a contemporary approach to inner-city development, co-locating housing, health services and community support in a single efficient footprint. In supporting this proposal, councillors have an opportunity to make a progressive future-forward decision that sets a positive precedent for how Launceston can grow sustainably and inclusively. It increases housing supply, supports key workers and strengthens the CBD. Councillors, when we combine compassion with common sense, we help people find their way back into the community. It works and it reflects who we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I got Chloe next.
Thank you, Mayor. Chloe Lyon, Commercial Project Delivery, 178 Charles Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As the planner who lodged the application, I'm here to talk to the planning merits of the application, particularly in light of the issues raised in the representations and our speakers today. I do note, however, that the majority of the representations were in support of the application, which is, as you would probably be aware, fairly rare situation. The two key relevant issues, and by relevant I mean relevant to the planning scheme, are parking and the height and scale of the building, which have already been brought up by some of the speakers today. There were other issues such as overshadowing, which is a relevant planning matter. However, due to the fact that the site doesn't adjoin a residential zone, there's actually no ability for council to assess impact overshadowing in the surrounds. So I turn our minds to the height and scale. The test under the scheme is that the height is compatible with the streetscape and character of development on existing properties in the area. And I note that it's been determined through tribunal decisions that compatible does not mean it needs to be the same as the surrounds. The application material and assessment by Council's planning officer demonstrate that the building is compliant with the performance criteria in this regard. Whilst considered on the fringe of the city, the scale of the building is managed through careful placement of its mass. From Wellington Street, the building has a large setback, allowing the two-storey streetscape to be maintained against the six-storey mass behind. This is evident when viewed from the Wellington Street eye line. A similar successful example of this is the Verge Hotel, where the bulk of the 6 storeys are set back off Tamer Street and visually hidden behind the 2-storey terraces when travelling along Tamer Street. Now, I don't mention that as saying that the Verge is a precedent, it's more an example of how we can use the design of the bulk and form and massing of development to make it successful in the streetscape. The existing buildings along Frederick Street are single and double level developments built up to and on the boundary of the footpath. The proposed development maintains this existing streetscape language and scale, allowing adjacent buildings to maintain their visual presence and identity. If approved, this building will be another piece in the puzzle of the evolving cityscape of Launceston, which over the last few years has seen several successful examples of buildings which do not meet the permitted height, but through careful design and massing have been approved and proven as meeting the performance criteria and proven to be successful additions to our cityscape. So turning our minds to the issue of parking, following on what Sarah has said, I note that the Mission Shop and City Mission offices, distribution centre and medical centre currently operate with minimal on-site parking spaces, as do many businesses in the surrounding area. This will continue, albeit with the addition of one commercial tenancy and the cafe. And as noted, City Mission have the lease on 35 spaces in nearby property which are utilised by Mission staff and will provide options for the cafe tenant staff. As Sarah from Loretto mentioned, she has first-hand experience with inner-city social housing provision. The tenancies can be managed to ensure future tenants are aware there are no on-site parking spaces. Indeed, this is a condition requirement, and preference in placing people into these units will be given to prospective tenants who do not have cars. The test for the provision of the car parking spaces under the code is whether the provision of spaces is sufficient for the intended use, and it is my opinion, and this has been demonstrated by the application material, that the proposed number of parking is sufficient for the intended use of the site. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dr. Fearman.
Jo Fearman, CEO at City Mission. Mayor and councillors, as we close today, I want to bring us back to the heart of why this development matters so deeply for our city and for the people that call it home. Housing is the first and most essential step in stabilising a person's life. Without a safe place to sleep, without a door that locks, without the dignity of a place to call your own, it becomes almost impossible to address health concerns, rebuild relationships, find employment, or even hold on to hope for the future. At City Mission, we see this reality every single day. When people are given a roof over their head, along with the right support, everything else begins to shift, and suddenly the impossible becomes possible. The Launceston Community Precinct is designed to be exactly that kind of foundation. It's not crisis accommodation. It's not short-term, high support or transitional housing. These are long-term homes, places where people move once they've achieved a level of stability, where they can begin rebuilding their lives with dignity, safety and security. I want to share a story of Jim, and we've changed Jim's name, but his words capture the human reality far more than any statistic could. Jim spent most of his life on the streets, 10 years sleeping rough along the Tamar. He told us, "I felt I wasn't wanted at all. I had no one. City Mission and my dogs are my family." For Jim, the dream was simple. My dream was to have my own place. And he said something that we carry with us every day. If it wasn't for Morton's Place, I probably wouldn't be here. The precinct is for people like Jim, people who need a home, a community, and the belief that they matter. Your decision today will shape Launceston for generations to come. And I'm asking you to support the development application so that together we can continue transforming lives and communities, one home at a time.
Thank you. Now, were there any speakers who haven't been noted to this time? Okay. We'll move forward to the recommendation, and just for transparency, there's also been some further documentation that's been sent to us here with regard to the time. It was incorrectly listed as the 11th of March, but the date has to be made be the 19th of February, and that decision must be made today. We'll elaborate further if required, but that's just for the report was the 11th of March, should say the 19th of February. That recommendation is that 103 to 109 and 101 Wellington Street, that a permit be granted for residential, business and professional services, community meeting and entertainment, food service and general retail and hire, construction of a 6-storey building containing 48 multiple dwellings, offices, consulting rooms, community centre, cafe and shop, with access over the adjoining unnamed laneway at 101 and 103 to 109 Wellington Street, Launceston, subject to the published conditions. May I have somebody please to move the recommendation to start the debate? Thank you, Councillor Preece. Seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Preece.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's been very clear in the speakers today in what we're actually deciding around the table today. We know the address, we know how many stories, we know that it's stepped back from the existing 7.92 metre current dwelling. The upper levels will be to a height of 22.75 metres. We've had commentary from the speakers about the height of the building, its location and the relationship to the surrounds. We can see in our daily lives the need for a facility like this. We only have to walk down the street around Bathurst Street, the sea levee walls. I see it daily at the Launceston General Hospital. Overnight, we have people sleeping in the waiting rooms because they're homeless. We have mothers coming in with a child. They're homeless. They have nowhere to sleep. They might necessarily be seeking medical help, but they are looking for a shelter for the evening. Some of them would not have the luxury of a car to sleep in, or a tent, or a friend who they could sleep on the couch under their roof. There will be 41 single bedroom units and 3 2-bedroom units, as well as cafe, medical, financial and food services. These are currently operating. We see the benefit of them in the community. I see it daily. Many of the people that come into the hospital actually list their address already as a mailing address of City Mission or Safe Space. Concerns for private open space have been addressed, that people living in these units would be very fortunate because they'll be surrounded by beautiful parks on both sides of the location. We've had speakers about the acceptable car parking spaces. It's been made very clear that any people that live at this address will have to understand that there is not parking provided. And overall, I think this will be bringing a great life change to a person or for people that are in an unfortunate situation. And I think it's a terrific spot. So I'm looking forward to hearing the other members of our council around the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Preece. Councillor Britton is the seconder. A question?
Thank you very much. Look, just might be beneficial to hear from the officers as well. Obviously, it is they're only providing 8 spaces and it's 113 in the scheme. Can we just hear from our guys why have we allowed that?
Thank you, Councillor Britton. Through you, Executive Leader, to Duncan.
Hopefully that's on. Thanks very much, Councillor, for the question. It's always a difficult thing to determine what's the appropriate level of car parking for any particular activity or development that's proposed. That's why the planning scheme sets, some arbitrary levels to say this is the tick box. If you've got these, it's deemed to be satisfactory. And if you don't provide these, let's have this range of reasons as to why we think it might otherwise be acceptable. Now, if we look at the City Mission as it stands at the moment, they effectively have the bottom 2 stories and they effectively offer all of those services now and have the car parking to meet that. They've advised us that they've got 35 car parking spaces elsewhere or nearby that they lease. We haven't chased them up to say prove that or give us any specific details on it. We've taken them at their word because I don't see why they would present untruths to us. So we've accepted that, and the first 2 stories of the new development basically has the same parking requirement, and that's all satisfied. So we're really only looking at the issue of the 4 stories above, which is the residential development, which would have a requirement on the tick box method for quite a number of car parking spaces. But as it's been explained to us in great detail by the speakers today through the reports that they've provided, they're targeting tenants that don't have cars. They're targeting tenants in need who don't have cars. Now, will they all not have cars? Of course it won't work that way. It never does. Some of them from time to time will own a car, and some of them from time to time will have to, they may already be a tenant and purchase a car, or they may have a car when they first move in. The operators can only go so far and say to these people, we don't provide parking, and we'll provide somewhere else for you to live if we can. There's bound to be some exceptions that just didn't work that way. It would be a fallacy to suggest otherwise. But on the principle of the intent that these 48 units will be occupied by people who don't have cars, right, then there is realistically no argument to support the need for car parking. One of the speakers today pointed out to us that it is a trend now and it's moving as a development scale, particularly in other cities, where they argue that for affordable housing, particularly within a city dwellings and apartment blocks, where they're close to public transport, close to the facilities, the need for parking isn't there. So whilst we have an arbitrary measure, right, the actual need, which is why Mr Midson was talking about theoretical need in his reporting, right, the actual need for this site, it's not there. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan.
All right, thank you. Thanks very much, and thanks to everyone who's come along to represent today. Obviously, I was just going to quickly touch on a few. Look, the parking, obviously it is insufficient, and however, we have heard plenty on that, and I hope Loretto has the ability and comes through on their promise, so to speak, that there won't be an issue with parking for those around. There was another issue with the future ownership of the building. I can understand why people would have an issue with that, but I also don't believe that City Mission are going to invest this amount of money and work this hard to get it to then on-sell it later on. And the simple fact of the matter is I don't see our city being not needing a service like the City Mission anytime soon, unfortunately. So I'm not too concerned with that. There was a few other issues with traffic that weren't really relevant to the scheme. The size and bulk and the overshadowing of the building, obviously that is an issue. It's been an issue with a lot of buildings previously that have come before us previously. I'm quite happy with the size of this. Obviously the step profile of buildings is becoming more popular in Launceston. When we talk about streetscape, when you're actually on the street, the visual bulk and how it looks from the streetscape is softened by this design. Obviously, if you're driving in or if you're from afar, yes, the building is going to be 20 metres high and it is taller. But unfortunately, I think any city that wants to grow and increase its services and increase the housing and livability in the city, we've only got one way to go, and that's up. And but personally, I think that is just what will happen in the years and decades to come. And this step profile is the best way, I think, for us to move forward. Obviously, there was some issues with antisocial behaviour, and that's very hard. It's not necessarily anything the Planning Commission can actually deal with. I know from speaking to City Mission that they've done their best to increase security. Over the years, I've always had security in the actual building, and as far as I'm aware, recently they've actually asked the security to sort of spill out and control a little bit more of the street. With the antisocial behaviour as well, City Mission are at a bit of a hard point. Obviously, it's not actually the people who are necessarily using the services at City Mission. A lot of the time, it's acquaintances or people that know the people who are inside City Mission. Whilst I am fully aware that would impact the neighbouring businesses and residents, unfortunately, it would be horrific for us to assess this against the City Mission. Probably muddled my words there, but they are trying their best. They're doing what they can. The apparent no consultation with the neighbours look, I don't necessarily believe that's true. I'm not a neighbour, so I watch it, but I do know that in terms of the development itself and what is a requirement under the scheme has all been done correctly. And to finish, I'd like to say, I mean, I've been on council now for 3.5 years. Before that and into the future, I'm sure homelessness is going to be an issue. And a lot of the time people turn to us and a lot of other community groups and say, well, what are you doing? And this is the biggest and most direct investment that I've seen towards dealing with that issue. These guys do a fantastic job, they always have, and this is just arming them to do a bigger and better job well into the future. Obviously, any development anywhere in the city is going to have an impact on amenity and its neighbours, but for the pros that this offers, I'm in full support of it today. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. And contributions from the table. I've got a question, Councillor Palmer.
It's been answered.
Okay. Any further questions or contributions from the table? Deputy Mayor.
I stand to support the DA today. I acknowledge the comments made by all the speakers, those that spoke for and against it. On balance, I look at City Mission personally as a very credible organisation in our city. It has been for many, many, many years, and I'm sure will continue to do so into the future. We have housing issues, as have been well laid out outside of this project. We're all well aware of the concerns we have with housing. This type of housing has been set up in other places and is working. I think Sarah from Loretto spoke about what she does in Hobart and other places within Tasmania. They know how to manage this type of accommodation. I think the important thing is this is not crisis accommodation. This is long-term housing for people, and therefore hopefully it's setting people on the right road. It also means that if we're going to be tenanting things, there are rules and regulations they need to abide by living in that premises, not so easily done in a crisis accommodation situation. So therefore, the management of the tenants are a lot easier to deal with on the basis that they have a tenancy agreement that they need to work through. So I appreciate the antisocial things, and I think we've got to continue to work on that and continue to try and integrate people into our community better. I think I was sitting in your chair a few months ago when we had members from Frederick Street come and talk to us from the businesses and how they were affected by what was going on in the street. Hopefully some of that's been rectified, and hopefully it's a continuing work in progress to ensure that we improve the lot for everybody. The two key issues are clearly parking and height. I think it's been well explained by Duncan about how we've arrived at the parking solution. I accept, we've got 35 car spaces are there. I think I'd accept that they've got them. Whatever they've got, it's not going to be different to what it is today anyway. Whether they do or they don't have them, the parking in the streets won't change as a result of the 35 that are already using the services of City Mission now or working in City Mission. And again, it's very clear the mandate for this particular development is to provide accommodation for people who don't have cars. And that's certainly something that's very clear and upfront in the conversations that they'll have with all the tenancies. Like Planner Duncan said, you won't be 100% on those, I'm sure, through that process, but that will mean that those people hopefully will either be rehoused in more appropriate accommodation where they can use parking, and secondly, I guess they will be out there with the rest of the people knowing that it's paid parking in and around the area. I appreciate the comments made from Jimmy's car park. I'm sure that they get utilised by lots of players in and around the area. So I happen to live and walk in that area every day, so I see what goes on in that area. So I empathise with what you deal with every day, and I don't think this particular development is going to significantly have an impact on that. I think that's more likely to be other players in the game. In regard to the height, we've been through conversations, and I think there was a report quoted earlier about Paul Davey, who actually did a report a number of years ago, not adopted by this council, in regard to height massing in and around the city. One of the key things that I recall from Paul Davey is the apparent height, and that you get something that's right up to the face of the street, and there's one being built probably 100 metres up the road at the moment, which is right to the street, and I would suggest to you that's more imposing on you in the streetscape than probably this will be, because it will be set back from the street, both from the Wellington Street and from the Frederick Street site. And certainly I know that as you walk along and you've got a building that's right on the footpath beside you, it's much more imposing than something that's set back. There's no doubt that you'll see it from locations in and around Launceston. It will change that landscape a little bit. but certainly from a lot of places it won't actually be seen that bad, because as was said in the report in regard to the advertising sign that sits coming down Wellington Street, you won't see it as much because you'll be more focused on the sign, but there will be aspects that you will get a much higher view of it all, but it's going to be a passing glimpse and it's not right in your face because it's on the streetscape. So it sits back, and I think the commentary made by Chloe in relation to the Verge Hotel and that setback, that's about 5 or 6 stories, I think, about similar sized building. You don't really notice it because it's actually sat back from the streetscape. So that's my personal view. So I'm comfortable that the planners have gone through and they've assessed the height massing and the performance criteria appropriately for this development. I'm happy that the parking has been dealt with in relation to the way that we've worked our way through the processes of the required parking and come back to the mandated need for only the 35 or thereabouts that are there, on the basis this building is not designed to have people who own cars.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions? I've got a question, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I note that under the commentary that goes with parking, and this is a question to our planners through you, Chair, having regards to the above, conditions are proposed to reinforce the need to advise tenants of the lack of residential parking. Are they conditions proposed by us or by the developer? I mean, I'm quoting our planning assessment here, but I just wanted to clarify. Are we putting any conditions on the development application?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yes, we have put a condition on the permit, on the proposed permit, that requires all tenants to be advised that there is no parking and to be further advised of what parking opportunities may be available elsewhere. And that's as far as we could go. I would love to put a condition on that says you can't have any tenants with cars, but that wouldn't be a sustainable condition.
Thank you.
Another question, if I may. Thank you, Chair. The building's height, how has that been assessed? Is it in regards to surrounding buildings that are of a similar or higher height above sea level? Because, of course, yeah, there are stipulations in general that it does have to meet certain performance criteria. So what has been used to justify the height of the building?
I think the assessment's just set out in the report. If there's anything further clarification of the report, we'd be happy to clarify it, but the assessment is quite detailed in the report.
It is. I suppose I just wanted sort of to clarify, I suppose, the prime way that that is justified and the buildings surrounding that do contribute towards that.
The assessment of compatibility is a developing concept, but we've had a number of contested developments which go to compatibility. So compatibility doesn't mean the same as, and it doesn't mean consistent with. It's tempting to draw those conclusions, but we understand through tribunal decisions and other things that that's not the case. So what does it mean? It means able to coexist in harmony with. So, and that is a subjective judgment call, but we know enough about what exists in the city and how they sit to have made a decision on this one that we believe this is capable of existing in harmony. There are a number of things that go to that assessment, but I think one of the key things here is the design and the setbacks and the shadowing and blinkering from adjacent streets. It also has its long axis on the north-south, which is the traditional building form. I mean, other examples of buildings of a similar scale are like the Quest Apartments, which is a similar scale, the Siebel Hotel, which is a similar scale. And I think these things are different when they go in, but they get absorbed into the building form of the city as they go. And so we are fairly comfortable that this building is capable of coexisting. One element to understand about Launceston is that the type our streetscapes and our city is not a city that goes up in the middle. It's a city where the larger buildings are sprinkled around the edge, because it's around the edge of the CBD where the factories were and the more larger floor plate buildings where the capacity to develop is. And so if you look particularly along the river and to some extent in Margaret Street and down Wellington Street and other things, you do get a different building form than you might see in the finer grain of the CBD. And when you take all those things together, we think this is an appropriate built form, noting that it is different and not the same as its immediate surroundings.
Thanks, Richard.
Final question, if I may, Chair. Thank you. The building is, of course, located in Wellington Street. It's the rear of a string of heritage properties there, and I note that that heritage fabric is not being affected by this, which is great. But the setback from that street, I think, does comply with, we talk about Paul Davies' building height massing study, which on that we never actually have adopted as a council. It still languishes in the drawer somewhere. Nonetheless, it's set back from Wellington Street, which is its physical address. Does that mean that Frederick Street is its side boundary, if you like, and therefore the height that will be within 1 to 3 metres from that street boundary, footpath, is not taken into the same consideration? Noting, of course, that we've never accepted the height study.
Thank you for continuing to follow up on these issues. It is a significant building. Its principal frontage, if you like, is clearly to Wellington Street. That's the large frontage. Wellington Street is the busy traffic road. It's a major road within the city. It holds thousands of vehicles going down that street every day, and they're the ones, and they'll get that view, and they'll view the building being set back behind that heritage facade. Right. Now, whilst Frederick Street is in fact technically the primary frontage because it's the shorter frontage, right? However, for practical terms, for assessment terms, it's really a secondary frontage. Frederick Street carries a much lower volume of traffic. The building is set a lot closer to Frederick Street, and as we discussed last week, it will be much more visible for vehicles and for people travelling on Frederick Street. They will see the scale of the building much more clearly for that limited amount of time whilst they're driving up or down that street. But I think what we've been trying to say and what Richard was explaining is that we're viewing it in a broader concept than just that narrow vision for the more limited number of cars coming down Frederick Street.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Bedridge.
One of the questions I'd like to ask our staff, there's lots of paperwork here. Where is the paragraph or the section that refers to security and to the general maintenance of the surrounding areas? I mean, we've heard some good people, and it's a foregone conclusion that we're going to have certain issues which comes with the territory. Have we put any provision in here anywhere for some sort of maintenance program? I mean, Councillor, my colleague here, brought up that yes, there is security people there that protect the inside of the building and maybe the footpath outside. What about the community that's trying to run businesses in that area, subject to all the things that go on? Right. Have we done anything about that? Are we looking at any of that?
Thank you, Councillor. Short answer, no. There is no provision in the planning scheme for us to review the security or the maintenance practices of the operators. I think we can be reasonably confident that they've been good tenants in the area for a very long time and would continue to be so. However, it's not addressed in the planning scheme. Therefore, there is no paragraph in the report talking about that. And we don't have the capacity to require it.
Well, look, I won't stand here and I've got my colleagues here that'll check to make sure that you've complied with all the rules as far as the building goes. I won't be supporting this, not from a position that it's not a great project, and I support them and congratulate them on taking care of our needy people. But someone has got to speak up for the businesses in that area that are being ignored. Right, so my way of bringing that to everyone's attention, I'd suggest that we better start changing some of the rules, and by all means we need these new developments, and God only knows has said we've got more and more people that are going to need the support of organisations like that. But how about them sharing the responsibility of keeping everything neat and tidy, which they are bringing to that area? So I think that's pretty clear. And so the reason I'm trying to give an explanation, I'm not being ogre. I support the project, but I'm trying to send a message to the ratepayers or to the rural ratepayers. I read all the objections, and I keep referring to, I read my golden books on a regular basis to my grandchildren, and it's storytelling. 10 government departments or other charitable organisations supporting it, 6 businesses that are going to be affected dramatically, opposing it, not opposing it. A lot of them support the concept, but really we don't have it in our rule books to do anything about it. I think it's pretty sad, really. And I hope that our people from City Mission take note. Their responsibility doesn't stop once the people walk inside that door. I think they need to have a bit of compassion for the businesses around the area and maybe put some investment or lobby somebody, or is that another thing that the broader community is going to have to pick up and pay for? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further contributions, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. And I want to start by, first of all, considering that the 2,500 people who are on the waiting list for some form of housing shouldn't be categorised in a particular way. All of them represent individual stories, individual challenges that see them at the moment without any form of accommodation or struggling in that space. And I hope for the 48 that would be housed in this premise that indeed some of those perceived or real social issues that other councillors have mentioned are actually addressed in a collaborative way to ensure that those people and the home that they're going to have is a place where they want to be and where they can feel safe. And I feel very sure that the operating model that currently sees the crisis accommodation and some of the activities undertaken on that site, there might need to be some shifts and changes with regard to the model to ensure that the people who call that place home feel safe, feel as though they can call it home and don't experience any of the perceived or real issues that might come. What I would say is that the planning scheme is an interesting beast in that it ordinarily asks us to keep all of the social issues that have been demonstrated and spoken of today to one side with regard to our council hat while we consider the planning hat and undertake our role there. However, in this example, it's a little more challenging because of the Tasmanian housing strategy and the priority ability for us to consider medium density residential dwellings as part of that. So in one instance, it asks us to keep all of those things to one side and not consider them when we're acting as a planning authority. And then with directives such as the planning housing strategy, it asks us to note the need and to, if you like, super highlight some of the things that need to be considered. It's disappointing, I think, when we have preconceived connotations around what this kind of development will achieve and the demographic of the people who will live there. And I think it is incumbent on us as a council to work collaboratively to address some of the pre-existing issues from a social issue, perception issue that exist in those blocks and the Deputy Mayor is right. We have had countless businesses and individuals and residents come in and tell us that there are issues there. In fact, my supermarket has closed now 1 hour early because of some of the antisocial issues that are going on in that broader area. Unfortunately, all of those things cannot be attributed to the developer or the applicant in this instance. And I think it's unfair to assume that because you're providing outreach services, because you're providing care, because you're providing food, because you're providing certain things, that you then automatically become responsible for the broader CBD. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to step outside the planning scheme and to look at those issues separately. And I know some roles and responsibilities have commenced in that regard. For me, wholly and squarely, the two issues are around the subjectivity of the compatibility and around the parking. In other examples, I'm thinking of schools where the parking is really challenged. I've asked for specific notes to be added to the development applications plan before it was approved. However, in this instance, I'm quite convinced, particularly under the current leadership, which I think is so wonderful, and I commend both the CEO and the Chair on their great ability to work with community to develop these sorts of initiatives. I am convinced that the parking will be managed as councillors have been led to believe. And if it's not the case, then further down the track there'll be opportunities should that change. And so we turn our mind to the compatibility, and I absolutely acknowledge the representations made and the people who have spoken today that it is a big building and it is going to have an impact on the streetscape. It is going to have a demonstrable impact, particularly as you come towards it or you look at it from different parts of the city. However, on balance, and noting that compatibility, as has been referenced, is subjective, I do believe that it should be supported today, and I'll be supporting the development application.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Any further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise to say that I'm conflicted on this particular development application. And I was going to speak to some of the things that the previous speaker has just spoken about. This needs to be assessed on the planning scheme. That is our job here. We can all talk about homelessness or the needs for medium density housing in Launceston. We would love to see developers putting that in, but that's not relevant to this decision today. All that is relevant is in front of us, and it's the Tasmanian planning scheme or the Launceston version of it. And it is those two issues to do with parking and to do with the bulk and height of the building and its compatibility in that particular location. So this is why I'm conflicted, because of course I want to see more housing. We all want to see more housing, but there's no point waxing lyrical about that today. I think the building does make great attempts to fit into the environment that it is going to be built in if it's approved, especially from that Wellington Street setback side. And I don't have issues with that. I have some issue with the apparent bulk of the building from Frederick Street and the impacts that that will have. And I certainly do have issue with the parking. If there was let's say a doctor's surgery who wanted to open a business and they said, well look, I'm only going to encourage customers who don't drive cars to use my surgery, I don't think we would be in the same position. Now I know that might be a somewhat facile comparison, but nonetheless, that's the reality of what we're doing. We are saying on a wing and a prayer that these people won't have cars, even though we live in a society where cars are maybe not essential, but are highly desirable for a whole range of reasons. It might be, to access work, to move things around, to run as part of your job. So the idea that we can condition that seems to be no, we can't. The idea that the organisations can condition that, I wonder, if that is going to be the difference from someone moving into the property or not. That, becomes problematic for them as well. There could be other solutions there, and again, not part of the planning scheme. But, I'd like to think for the few parking spaces that are there, that perhaps a shared carpool might have been a great initiative in this instance when you've got 49 apartments, 48, 49, and you might have the opportunity for people to share resources, would possibly help in this instance getting over the line of this particular part of the planning scheme. It's obviously been a part of the planning scheme that we've all focused on today. Likewise, the council, who owns parking, within, would you say, walking distance, Elizabeth Street and York Street car parks. There could have been opportunity for council to be a part of that solution as well, to provide, maybe at a somewhat less than market rate, a certain amount of parking spaces. But these things have not been explored or addressed, or if they have, they're not here today in front of us. And these could have been things that would help ease this decision. I don't think it has been adequately addressed. I do think it will be difficult to stipulate that people can't have cars if they move in here. Housing is at such a shortage level, and I know I don't have to tell anybody that. People are desperate for housing. They will do anything. I'm sure some people might even get rid of their car just so they can move in. But,
Councillor Walker, let's please not talk hypotheticals.
The point is, these all relate back to the planning scheme, and that's where the difficulty lies. If these had been better addressed, I think it would make the decision easier anyway, let's put it that way. I do appreciate the efforts that have been made to get this building to fit into that site, and on the balance of all of those things, I am inclined to support it, but I would like to see somehow conditions or stipulations or encouragement from council towards finding solutions. And it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse, because I think these things should have been done in the preamble to this situation. But anything the council can do to help alleviate that problem, and noting that what is being done is alleviating an even bigger problem, I'm inclined to support it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further contributions? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd just like to start my contribution by thanking everyone, all those speakers that have been here today and that have left already, that are most likely watching online. Car parking has been addressed. We've heard from members of the community, we've heard from our planners, they've addressed those issues. Visual impact, that's been addressed. Height and scale, that's been addressed. Antisocial behaviour, I'd love us to make sure that we do our part to do whatever we can in the antisocial behaviour part of that. It is a $30 million investment into our city. The red car, I'd like us to look into that. It's in Frederick Street, it's been there for 2 months, I believe. 5,500 people on the Housing Tasmania wait list. The City Mission, this will go a long, long way to helping those numbers decrease. Look, at the end of the day, every now and again, something comes across my desk that I think is an absolute no-brainer, and this is one of them. This is absolutely going to change that for our city, for our state, and I'd like to say thank you very much for everything the City Mission does. Thousands of people go through their door on a weekly basis. Words like hope, words like safety, words like dignity, and we can talk about car parking all we like, but when it comes to the safety of our community, when it comes to mums and dads needing a roof over their head, this is something that we can do. This is something that we can make a really positive impact on our city. This is an incredible solution to something that is really, really we're struggling with at the moment in Tasmania, and this is one of those moments that I'm going to be on the right side of history, and I'd like to say thank you very much once again to the City Mission, and I do sympathise with all those businesses in Frederick Street, but I know that we are doing everything we can to help them, to listen to them, to sit down with them, to have meetings with them, and play our part in making sure that antisocial behaviour stops. And I know that the City Mission will do whatever they can as well to help that situation. So I'm a yes for this DA today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Maman.
Thank you. I'm not going to discuss too much around the building heights or the parking. I think we've covered off on that today. And normally I'm not one to bring emotion into making decisions like these, but I just want to point a few things out to some of us today. The people that we see on the streets, homeless, that have caused issues in Frederick Street are 10% of the people who are homeless at the moment. There are 90% of people, I'm just looking at some figures now, 90% of people that are experiencing homelessness in Tasmania are not sleeping on the streets but are hidden, including those staying in temporary, overcrowded or insecure housing as couch surfing. Another statistic that's really concerning is that 39% of all homeless people in 2021 being under 24 years old, 25% aged 12 to 24 and 14% under 12. Pretty concerning figures. So I know I played a fairly significant role in organising roundtable discussions when we were having issues in Frederick Street, and I know they have improved greatly. I know there are still some issues, but they have improved greatly, and I just want people to realise that they're not the people that will be filling these homes. They're those 90% of people that we don't even know are homeless, and they could be people that we work with, they could be people we know. So that's just all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Any further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Priest?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, fellow councillors, for your contributions regarding this matter. I would just like to say that for the 43 potential people that will be living in this development, they will now become a community, and I'm sure that the City Mission will lead them to be a great community, hopefully in the form likely of a body corporate, some sort of model like that. They will have a shared passion because they will have a roof over their head now, they will have neighbours, they will have a community support structure, they'll be shopping at the supermarket across the road. Hopefully that will instill community pride and potentially bring a great thing to the Frederick Street area by having ownership of their street, ownership of society. What more can I say? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Priest. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Thank you. We might just take a moment as those that wish to leave can. As we move in and prepare for our next item under Planning Authority, which is 11.2. If anybody out in the foyer would like to make their way in, please feel free as the seats are now available. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. And we'll move through 11.2, which is the 12 Techno Park Drive item on our agenda here today. And again, just before we get to any recommendation, I do have some noted speakers here in which I'll just work through as they have been written down as a manner of arrival. And again, I'll just remind those that are speaking, just to start please with your name and your suburb. So I've got Donald first from Youngtown.
Thank you. Donald Lena, I'm from 40 Wolven Street, Youngtown. I wish to raise my concerns regarding the current proposal, as 3 of my property's boundaries adjoin the proposed development. By way of background, in October 2010, I purchased half the designated Wolven Street Road adjacent to my property. At the time, I was advised by the Launceston City Council that the road would not be extended. One of the reasons provided was that extending the road would create a traffic bottleneck at the intersection of Wolven Street and Hobart Road, as well as at the major intersection approximately 50 metres away at Quarantine Road. I was also informed that Wolven Street has limited capacity to carry additional traffic. As part of the land purchase, a right-of-way was included in the title. If the current proposal proceeds, it will have a significant impact on me, not only during the construction phase, but also after completion into the future. At present, it is already difficult to exit Wolven Street onto Hobart Road. If access to the subdivision is provided via Wolven Street, it will make turning right onto Hobart Road extremely difficult, if not impossible. Vehicles travelling north along Hobart Road and wishing to access the subdivision or Technopark are unlikely to travel the extra distance of more than 1 kilometre to enter via Technopark Drive. To reduce pressure on the Wolven Street intersection and improve safety, I propose that Lawn Street at the southern end of the subdivision be used for entry and exit. This would significantly reduce traffic issues and improve safety compared with relying on Wolven Street access. Allowing access via Lawn Street would assist vehicles travelling from the south, including those coming from Evandale, Perth, Longford and Cressy, as well as traffic from Youngtown Primary School, the IGA supermarket and other local businesses. Many of these vehicles would otherwise turn right into Wolven Street from Hobart Road to avoid waiting at the traffic lights or travelling an additional 1.5 kilometres via Quarantine Road. This increased traffic would make turning right while exiting Wolven Street unsafe and impractical. I understand that access to a development must be safe and must not unreasonably affect the efficiency of surrounding roads. For this reason, I believe an additional entry and exit point via Lawn Street should be included in the subdivision plan before any approval is granted. Thank you.
Excellent, Senator. Thank you. I've got Jonathan next.
Thanks, councillors. Just some big picture context. I'm afraid that the Technopark subdivision forced on us by the state government has robbed us of some pretty nice public land that could have been used for lots of other purposes, TAFE Annex, medical centre, YMCA, fitness, what have you, but it was forced upon us by the state government. The only thing that will stop financialisation of housing, which they claim they want to do, is to tax capital gains properly and also to remove negative gearing. Okay, so that's the sort of the context that I'm looking at this. The next thing is the traffic study that was done as part of the voluminous stuff that they put out to justify their decision to make this public land into a housing development. One of the studies was a traffic study, which was the worst of all of the studies they did. It was very, very done on the fly, on the quick, and was widely criticised. We're looking at, on the western side of the ridge, we're looking at the BP, let's say, along Hobart Road there, and we're looking at streets like Talloon Street. We're looking at Highgate Street, and we're looking at Wolven Street. They go up the hill, and we're looking at streets like Keith Lee Street, Waroona Street and Medina Street. They actually go across the hill. They follow the contours of the hill. Okay, so the traffic study was very, very perfunctory. Okay, I was very concerned that the ratepayers of those streets were not given notice that this council meeting was going to decide on the Technopark development. I wasn't even given, and I live in Wolven Street, I wasn't given any notice that this meeting was coming up. I think, I was quite unhappy about that. I thought because all these people on the western side of the ridge would have been affected by rat running because of the proposal linking by roads of the two parts, the west and the eastern side of the ridge, that they would like to have a say, but council never gave them the opportunity. They probably don't even know that you are presiding over their future right now. So let's, what does that mean?
That means the allocated time has expired.
Okay, just quick couple of scenarios. Think about how many people already work in Technopark. There's a lot of people work in Technopark now. If they live south of Quarantine Road, they're not going to bother trying to go through their usual route. They'll rat run through those streets that I mentioned and go through the Wolven Street pass through the top, okay? If I'm driving a truck and I've got to make a quick visit to Waverley, okay, to drop off a load, Okay, I'll just go up Talloon Street, I'll get to the top, run through the streets, I'll get to the top of Wolven Street, go through and on back onto Quarantine Road and then off to Waverley, because the traffic now backs right up to the BP at that point. Okay, so please think of those things when you're thinking about joining these two suburbs by roads, because roads attract cars, okay? It's been put to me that, there'll be very little traffic. Well, if there's very little traffic, why put a road? Okay, so if you put a road, you're inviting traffic. So you need to do a lot more studies and a lot more consultation with your ratepayers in this area that I've mentioned before you go ahead with joining the two sides of the ridge with a roadway access.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I've got, is it... I apologise, but I can't read the handwriting. Shegog? Yeah. And just your first name and your suburb, please. No, that's okay. We can help with that. No, Councillor Marsden and Councillor Britton are right there. That's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
Ms.
Mayor, councillors.
Thank you.
Pamela Skeggs. I live in Medina Street, and this proposed subdivision comes up to my back fence. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. The proposed tiny town, I've called it, lacks any provision for any recreation after school for children. 106 new houses, roughly 200 children added to a congested area. Currently, we have Youngtown Primary, Kings Meadows High School, Catholic College at St Leonard's, Religious School on Techno Park, Norwood Primary, St Leonard's Primary, Queechee High. Thousands of children and nowhere for them to go. We know idle hands makes mischief. The tiny town design lacks any attractive feature with nil amenities. To cut down the huge trees on Techno Park I see as an act of vandalism. An alternative would be to build at Waverley in open spaces, even a lake where children could go fishing, avoiding the problems which inevitably will surface on Techno Park. Techno Park is prime real estate and blocks would sell for a high price. This would keep current residents happy. The southern side of Launceston is totally lacking in any recreational area for children since the closure of the YMCA, which was built by money raised by the residents. The whole concept of Tiny Town is to build as cheaply as possible with total disrespect for current residents. This ignores ratepayers who have worked hard to build a beautiful home, only to see the value decrease. The current design is cramped, it lacks any desirable features, and destruction of prime real estate. I have been a ratepayer of Launceston City Council since 1963, and I feel I am being treated with disrespect. My neighbours have just finished renovating their home, but immediately moved to another area when they learned the new plans for Techno Park. Traffic is being directed into Wolven Street, which is currently very congested. The crowding should not be aggravated by adding several hundred more cars and motorbikes. Housing Tasmania is well aware of the multiple problems in these areas and should not create the new problem in Kings Meadows. Their attitude is anything is good enough for Kings Meadows.
Thank you, Ms Skeggs. Thank you, Councillor Marsden. I've got Craig from Jinglers noted next, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. My name is Craig and I live in Kings Meadows, directly adjacent to the subdivision. My background is in development, master planning for local government and state government and myself. I've subdivided land, I've built multiple homes. I do not support the recommendation as it currently stands. The permit conditions are insufficient. There are errors and omissions. The urban density that's proposed here is too high. So there are 12 sub-minimum lots currently. That's about 1 in 10. It's a significant precedent that you may be setting here. There's already an example around the corner in Gilmont Close where there's been no controls placed on strata development and further subdivision, and there's been 60% of those lots that ended up with multiple dwellings. If we extrapolate that to what we're talking about here, it will not be 104 dwellings. It could be 160 dwellings. It's pretty significant, particularly when you start to think about on-street parking and bins. You know, that's going to cause a lot of problems in those areas, on those streets. And so you have some control mechanisms that you can put in place, whether it's a specific area plan or something else, to make sure that we don't end up with proliferation of dwellings that's out of control in this spot. Staging. This is proposed to go ahead as a single stage, 106 lots in one stage, built by heavy vehicles, plant and equipment. That's unprecedented and it's unacceptable. So generally, 20, 30 lots a stage is typical. So you've got native animals in there. Your own natural values assessment done by the proponent indicates that you need to give native animals a chance to get out of that development zone. If you don't stage it, that won't happen. You have a school that's right in the middle. If you do it in one stage, you've got development on 3 fronts around that school at once. So vibration, noise, dust, nuisance for the school, for all the existing residents. So you should be making the developer stage it. Getting Pitt and Sherry to do their own review on their traffic impact assessment, it's not acceptable. You should have an independent traffic assessment done by someone qualified. The intersection upgrades at Quarantine Road should take place. They're saying already in their assessment that in 5 years, you council are going to have an issue. So it shouldn't be your issue, it's their issue, and it's my issue. So it's going to be my wife taking my son to school, trying to turn right, who's going to have an issue at that intersection. Those upgrades should take place now, and if they don't, use a mechanism you have within the Local Government Act and LUPA to get an agreement with the state to fund it now, at least a proponent of it. That's only fair and reasonable. Vegetation, you're removing significant vegetation. What's the offset ratio? You should have at least 5 trees for every 1 significant tree that they remove. In Melbourne, it would be 100, 1 to 100. I haven't seen any of that applied. And the water sensitive urban design condition that's on your permit, you've got slippage down the hill. You can't put water sensitive urban design in because you'll concentrate flows and you'll cause an issue for residents down the street and for your own infrastructure. Take a bit of a walk through Jinglers Creek Estate. Have a look at your side entry pits, at your curbs. They're collapsing already. So there's a problem there with groundwater. And if you put water sensitive urban design uphill, it'll make it worse. So I'd ask you to look at this through the planning authority lens. I understand the emotion, I understand the council's desire to support social housing, but there are some infrastructure issues here that you need to deal with. You have the control measures available to you by putting additional conditions on your permit. So please consider it and add some more conditions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Craig. I've got one more noted speaker, Josiah. Mr. Casbolt.
Hi all. Thanks.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the importance of increasing housing supply. However, my concern is whether this proposal at its current scale and density can be delivered without unacceptable cumulative impacts on the existing Kings Meadows community. This is a 106 lot subdivision proposed within an established predominantly low density area. While the application relies on performance-based compliance, that still requires the council to be satisfied that outcomes for neighbouring character, amenity and infrastructure are reasonable. In my view, the intensity of development proposed risks fundamentally altering the character and livability of the area. Myself and my neighbours are attracted to this low density, semi-rural-like living within minutes of major shopping precincts and the city, and we have previously paid a premium to attain this. Traffic and road safety are a key concern. The documentation acknowledges increased vehicle movements, yet it does not clearly demonstrate that Technopark Drive and the Quarantine Road intersection can safely accommodate this growth, nor does it provide certainty that the required upgrades are fully funded, enforceable and delivered before occupation, with a proposal for 2 ways to enter this development, but only 1 intersection to exit. Infrastructure capacity more broadly is also unresolved. Roads, stormwater and servicing are largely deferred to future conditions, creating uncertainty for existing residents without whether impacts will be experienced before mitigation is in place. I also wish to address community safety, amenity and confidence. This consultation report circa 2024 acknowledges that these concerns, but largely dismisses them without providing site-specific enforceable management commitments. The number and location of retained Homes Tasmania lots are not defined, and long-term management arrangements are unclear from a planning perspective. That lack of certainty matters. Finally, the proposal does not meaningfully address capacity of local schools and community infrastructure. A development of this scale will introduce new families, yet there is no demonstrated coordination with education providers. I respectfully ask Council to consider whether this application provides sufficient certainty around infrastructure delivery, traffic safety, staging and long-term management. If it is to proceed, I submit that substantial modification and clear enforceable conditions are required to protect amenity and community confidence.
Mr. Sy. Are there any further speakers that haven't been noted? Sure, yeah, please. Just move to the microphone and just name and suburb.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeffrey Kraft. I'm from Lennon Valley suburb in Hobart. I'm here today, councillors, to speak in support of the proposed subdivision. This is a development that directly responds to Tasmania's housing needs while carefully considering local concerns. Tasmanians need more homes, we're all aware of that. Demand in the Launceston municipality for social and affordable housing remains the highest in the state. And if we do not deliver well-located, diverse housing options now, then affordability pressures and urban sprawl will only intensify. This block can comfortably deliver a range of lot sizes that are suitable for a range of housing types. And importantly, 85% of lots will go to the private market. So 85% of these lots will support private home ownership or private rentals. The remaining 15% will be retained for social and affordable housing. This is a deliberate mix, and by delivering this blend, Homes Tasmania supports first home buyers into ownership and eases pressures on the broader rental housing market. In terms of key technical considerations, traffic assessments show that the surrounding road network will continue to operate at acceptable service levels both immediately and 10 years post-development. The primary access via Quarantine Road and Technopark Drive do not require upgrades, and the traffic generated by the subdivision is projected to be comparatively low to that of the broader road network. Several detailed flora and fauna assessments confirm that the land does not contain significant or threatened native flora, fauna, or habitats on site. The public open space that is provided has been included in a way that connects existing green and open spaces to improve local connectivity and amenity. This is a well-located site rezoned through Parliament, supported by detailed professional assessments and shaped through multiple community engagements. It represents responsible growth that is close to services, compliant with planning regulations, and designed with a broader community in mind. The Launceston Council's housing plan itself states that the number of residential lots in the pipeline is below projected needs. Key action principle number 3 of that plan is to establish a working relationship with Homes Tasmania to actively address housing delivery. Approving this subdivision means more Tasmanians will access homeownership, more families can secure stable rental housing, and Kings Meadows can continue to grow in a thoughtful, sustainable way. I respectfully ask that you support the Planning Department's recommendation to approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the item? Okay, we will go to that recommendation now, which is that a permit be granted for subdivide of one lot into 106 lots, including road, lot and construction of a road at 12 Techno Park Drive, Kings Meadows, subject to the published conditions. Somebody please to move to start the discussion. The Deputy Mayor is starting the discussion. And a seconder, Councillor Britton, to continue.
Just like to start with some questions, if I could, just based on the speakers that have come out, because there's some things that I just wanted to clarify. Just the road network, as I understood it, that Woolven Street was a one-way only. That was a coming in and there was no exiting out of Woolven Street. So I'm just interested in that, and I guess the gentleman who spoke in relation to the effect on his property and what he's bought and things like that, just how that's been reflected in the planning. And the only exit out onto the main road is into Quarantine Road. Just want to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. But so just, is there any issues associated with the block of land in Woolven Street that's owned by the gentleman that spoke first? He said he bought half the road or did something. I wasn't quite sure what that was about. Right of way.
Yeah, there's the plans include right of way to that property.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. My second one was just regard to the gentleman who spoke in regard to his planning background from Jinglers, just in relation to the conditioning, and some things in there resonated with me, like staging over a period, 20 lots rather than 106 lots and things like that. Did we consider controls that we should put in place, or did we consider controls that need to be put in place to ensure this subdivision actually functioned well in its development?
Thank you, Deputy.
And maybe address directly the comments that were made.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose there's a lot of subjectivity involved in what's best, one large subdivision in one piece, or a long drawn-out process over a number of years. So do we have a lot of trucks now in a relatively short period of time, or the same number of trucks over a longer period of time? So, 6 months interference or 2 years interference. Nevertheless, the application that was put forward was for the proposal to be in one stage. We've looked at it and considered it in one stage. There's a condition requiring a construction management plan, and it's within the construction management plan that most of those issues will be addressed. There are other conditions specifically referring to more details in regard to the water management, drainage infrastructure. So there's further detailed planning to come, and all of that, those engineering type plans get assessed throughout, or rather at the start of the construction process. It's not necessarily something that commonly comes in, particularly for a project of this scale, prior to the actual approval of the concept of the subdivision.
So there's no DAs that have approved of houses and things like that, because there was density and the level of multiple dwellings were concerns about how the development would unfold.
Thank you.
How do we see that being managed in the next stage?
Well, the application, once the lots are created, individuals will buy these lots and then they will choose to develop them. Now, we've seen really closely, and Gilmot Close is a really good example of a subdivision where suitable sized lots were created and then are immediately developed for 2 and 3 units. And so that small street is overwhelmed, if you like, with dwellings, and therefore it's overwhelmed with rubbish bins and cars parked on the road. So significantly in this project, there is a large number of lots, around, or less than and around that 450 to 500 metres or square metres. There's no capacity within lots that size for multiple dwellings. So I think at the end of the day, we'll see that the urban density of this area will be less than it could have been if we turned around and said they all have to be 700 square metre lots, because we run the risk of every lot having 2 units on it, whereas at least we know that around half of them will only have a single dwelling.
Okay, and my final question before you sit down is just in relation to the road and the access point and the conversation about, I think the GHD report refers to the road will fail in 10 years' time regardless of whether we do or don't do this subdivision. The question is this a time that we bargain with the government and say, if you want to put this subdivision in, you need to put the roundabout in now? Are we able to condition that?
It would be wonderful if we could. The reporting that's provided has said that the service level will have a fail standard, if you like, in 10 years' time, particularly for the right-hand turn from Technopark Drive. However, that doesn't give us the capacity under the planning scheme to say today and to these proponents that they have to pay for that. Ultimately, our roads and engineering people will undertake a process starting fairly soon to be actively looking for appropriate state and federal grants to assist in the construction of that roundabout some years down the track when it becomes a necessity. But we don't have the capacity, and this is not the appropriate instrument to deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
On our speak, I started out thinking I was fully in support of this subdivision, and I think I'll probably end up there, but I guess I took on board the comments that have been made by the speakers today, and I think that's valid comments. The only issue I think is that just to deal with Wolfen Street, I think it's a one-way in, so it's not going to turn into a rat run because it can't go back the other way. So maybe people coming into the suburb that they may well utilise Wolfen Street, which is probably, it will increase traffic, but probably less of an issue than going down to Hobart Road and accessing Hobart Road and trying to turn right there into the traffic. So I guess that at least is compounded or is dealt with in regard to that. I think that, again, need for housing, we spoke about this in the previous item, that came up for different types of housing, and I think the speaker came out and said that 85% of this will be for sale, and therefore low-cost housing or ability for people to buy and do that sort and build their own houses. It is a general residential zone, so therefore it does have the ability to build houses on it. I appreciate that those who live in that area may or may not like the quality of the houses that are going to be built, but the government own that land. They've changed the nature of that land to general residential, and therefore they have the ability to determine general residential. They divide the lots into reasonable sizes. I think in the main there are some that are under the standard 400 square metres, which may be suitable for multiple dwellings or co-joined dwellings, I think is the word I think you used when you explained it to us on the bus trip. So there's opportunity there for great use of land in regard to, now I think there was a comment in regard to space for children. I think they're actually giving us more public open space than they need to, 18,634 square metres as opposed to the requirement under the size of the land of 5,200. So there is significant multiple land clusters, the Jingles Creek Walk and things like that. So and the park that's at the top of the hill by the young football ground. So there is public open space and more than they are required to provide under the standard. So I don't think that that's an issue that should be concerning us. I'm interested in other people's take on this because there's some issues in there that still trouble me that I probably wasn't troubled about until I listened to them a few minutes ago. So I'll just sit on that, give them a second crack at it at the end, and just see what others have got to say.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. As the second to Councillor Britt.
Thanks. I'll just hold my right to speak for a second. I do just have some questions, and apologies if these are outlined in the report properly, but I'm in a similar boat to maybe a few of us after hearing the comments. Am I right in believing that we know we will need a roundabout there? That's already proposed. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, we understand from the evidence provided and the traffic impact assessment provided, the details on that have demonstrated that with or without this subdivision, the junction at Technopark Drive and Florentine Road will start to fail or will fail its right-hand turn capability in approximately 10 years.
When you say with or without this development, without the development, what will cause it to fail?
Natural growth. So as the city expands, as we build more houses, we're rapidly building houses further up on the Connector Road opposite Bunnings. Further developments proposed out that way. There's a lot more development happening around the city, and as that grows, there'll be more traffic travelling over this road, and that's just the volume of traffic that will increase over years, will cause the functionality of that junction to not meet an acceptable standard. And so as a consequence, in around 10 years' time, it'll need to be upgraded.
Acknowledging I'm not a professional, but obviously, and I would assume if the development is not, if your driveway, if you don't need to turn right at Quarantine Road to get to your driveway, I can't understand how that, any other development anywhere else is going to affect that. Does that make sense? Surely.
You won't be able to
Yeah,
turn
but I mean,
out.
you've only got to turn down that road if you live there or coming out of it, is that right?
Well, basically, yes, the volume of traffic over Quarantine Road will increase over time. So people who are leaving Techno Park Drive and wish to turn right will find that more difficult over time.
Yeah, fair play. So obviously in other developments that I've seen or I'm aware of, it is normal that the developer, if they're going to put strain on infrastructure, that they are expected to pay or at least help pay for some of those things. Is that happening here or not?
Not in this case, no. There's a limitation on how far away from a particular subdivision we can expect the proponents of a development to pay for upgrades of public infrastructure.
It's also important to note that the state of Tasmania doesn't have an infrastructure charging framework.
No, but it would appear other developments have done in the past. In some way. Yeah, look, I'll speak now. I am struggling a little bit. I mean, obviously this is Homes Tasmania. It's sort of coming under the visors of public housing. But admittedly, maybe this is another question I can have an answer at another time, but there's only about 15% that are actually going to go to public housing. The rest of it's 85% private, which is almost, 15% footnote. It could be seen to be making it sound a little bit more appealing than it maybe is. Obviously, we do need more homes, but all over the city at the moment we are trying to do that. However, it would appear in a lot of other developments, a lot of other subdivisions, we are met with, look, we need to plan this properly, we need this piece of infrastructure, we need neighbourhood plans, we need this plan, we need X, Y, Z. And that's all fantastic and good, and I believe in that, and it's good work that we're doing. We need to have this planned development, but it just appears that this one, for whatever reason, has come across the table. And I've been contacted by a lot of residents, and obviously, sorry I forgot your name, but you did make some very good representations, and I am very much on the fence with this now. As I said, when you read it, and you read it's Homes Tasmania, and it's going to be affordable housing, etc., that's terrific. But it is only 15% they're giving to that. The other 85% is a private development. And I might finish with a question: who's the actual owner, and who is the actual the applicant is GHD, but in terms of the private sales, I don't know if I can ask that. Who is the actual private developer of this? Yes, who will be selling the lots?
Sorry, the land's owned by Homes Tasmania.
The
so,
land, right.
Yes, so they are ultimately the developer.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, very much on the fence with this one. I'll be excited to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Further contributions around the table? Yeah, further questions from Councillor Walker?
Just a question, quite simply, on what possible grounds could this be objected to? In reality, there's very little in terms of relying on performance criteria or anything like that. This is this is an application that we have to assess under a planning scheme, and although I look on the list and I don't see that the zone changing has happened yet, it might have done, but I know that was done through the Planning Commission. The state government did that rezoning, so that wasn't up to us. But now that it's been rezoned, what grounds could it be objected upon?
To clarify, Councillor Walker, do you mean on what grounds could it be refused?
Sorry, refused.
Thank
yes.
you. Just a moment, please.
So in order to sustain a refusal, the council would have to form a view that one of the standards assessed through performance criteria, that the development doesn't meet that respective performance criteria. Those things are outlined on the first page of the report in the table. So they are lot design, minimum lot size, so there are some lots that are less than the acceptable solution minimum lot size. Lot design, so frontage, dimensions of frontage. Lot orientation, so lots long axis relative to north. The attenuation, because that is within the attenuation of the cemetery. Buildings and works within a landslip hazard area, and subdivision within a landslip hazard area. It's important to remember that not meeting the acceptable solution isn't itself a trigger for refusal, and the council would have to form a view that one of those was not sufficiently non-compliant that it would warrant the refusal of the subdivision.
Further questions, Councillor Walker? No. Any further questions or commentary to speak? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, on the balance, I don't see grounds for refusal for this. I know it is, been assessed as mild to medium landslip area. I know that modern engineering practices tend to account for that. There will be some issues onto Quarantine Road. It is, a few other houses along the way that are already serviced by that road. It will be a big increase on that particular intersection, but that's no different to any development anywhere in our municipality, to be honest. A new development will bring more traffic, and that will have to be managed. That's what we do. Issues within, I have those concerns when it's said by our planners that that some of those details will be worked out later once the planning approval has been given. That drainage and other issues have to be worked through. There's a slight concern there because you start to think, well, hold it. What happens at a point where it proves that is not manageable, then there's a problem. Building permits can't be issued and all sorts of things. But like our deputy, when he spoke, there were certainly issues that, on the face of it, didn't seem to be large issues that are probably of more concern. But on the balance of things, regardless of whether we need more housing or not, this seems to be the desire of the state government has been to rezone the land. That's either occurred or it's about to occur, I'm not sure. And if it has occurred, then it's a permitted use on that land. Most of the things that have been mentioned are things that are managed outside the planning scheme: traffic management, landslip, engineering reports, building permits, all that type of thing. I recognise that there is a certain amount of recreational space there. It also connects through to the Youngtown Reserve. It also connects through to other council land, which is the South Launceston Football Club, I'm not sure if there is a pedestrian thoroughfare through there. That used to be fenced. But if it is still fenced, I'd like to think that, you've spoken about, we've heard about children in the area, and I'm sure there will be, because this will be very appealing for young families, first homeowners, that type of thing, because I imagine it will be quite affordable in the scheme of things. It would be nice to think that you can walk from Youngtown Reserve all the way through to South Launceston Football Club, and then beyond there's an underpass adjacent to Youngtown Primary School, and it does create quite the thoroughfare. So, on the balance of things, I think it's going to be a very desirable place to live. In the negative, we seem to be losing a land corridor from Relbia right through to Punchbowl, and that is a pity, because I know there's been talk about the values there, the ecological values, the trees that will be lost. Hopefully a lot more trees will be planted as a result. And that is the price of progress, I suppose. We want people to have homes. This is how it's done. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. I've got a further question from Councillor Britton.
Yeah, sorry, I just remembered there was a question about the traffic impact assessment. Who conducted that, and did we do our own assessment of it?
Thank you. The traffic impact assessment was prepared by officers at Pitt and Sherry, qualified traffic personnel. It was reviewed by our engineering and traffic staff, and they raised a number of questions and went back, and particularly also the questions that came up through a number of representations, and then it was further comment was provided back from the same authors of that report.
Any further questions or contributions? Deputy Mayor, if you don't mind, just take the chair just for a moment. I'm not going to make commentary on the actual proposal itself, but I just want to put to the table that if this is approved today, I would really like to see some further work from councillors around when the budget comes forward, around when that roundabout is required over the next 10 years if that's failing. I don't want, wherever we all are in our lives, I don't want to see that trigger point being that that's failed. I think if this is approved today, there needs to be some proactive work done by this council, that we're not waiting 10 years for it to fail. It would just be my suggestion, not recommendation or anything, but we start to really look to look at the budgetary options that we have coming up with our annual planning and our financial planning, that if this is approved, we look to really progress and streamline the ways in and out of that suburb, particularly if it is approved. So that's my only contribution, if this is approved today, that we really look at budgetary options for the roundabout at least, and scoping what that work is, how much it costs, where we put it in, not waiting for it to fail and then leaving it for someone else to have to deal with. So, thanks, Deb. To close?
Yeah, thank you, and Councillor Walker, thank you for your stuff. I think it clarified my mind a bit better when I go back and look at the standards requiring performance, and they are lot design, minimum lot size, frontage, or all the things that Duncan mentioned. And I think when you walk through all those, the performance criteria are actually easily met in relation to all of those issues. I'm hoping from the conversation that's been held today that there's some further conversations about how the subdivision may unfold, because we do have DAs that need to come through in due course in regards to as to how all they sort of happen, and to ensure that we get a good suburb. And like you, Mayor, I don't really want to sit and wait. Housing Tasmania may not necessarily be creating the issue in relation to the Quarantine Road situation, but I think if they want this to be successful, their contribution to assisting us to fix that now and make that road more usable and make it better now, I think is something that we should be prosecuting at the end of this process, to say, well, you're doing this, but we think in a broader scale for community development and so forth like that, it'd be a time to get it done sooner rather than later, and start prosecuting it in the near term rather than the longer term. So based on now going back and looking at the performance criteria that we had to meet, the rest of it were acceptable solution, I'm happy to support this.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So we'll put that now to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Gibson, Councillor Palmer and Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll allow just a moment for those who have generously given their time today to speak to head out. Make sure Mrs. Skeggs has got everything. Right, we have one further planning decision to discuss at 11.3, which is the 160 to 178A Bathurst Street. Now, this one here has some previous council considerations, but before we get to the recommendation, I don't believe I've got any noted speakers. Okay, so we'll move through, and there's no noted speakers. Moving through to the recommendation. So this recommendation is that council notes that the development application of 160 to 170A Bathurst Street, Launceston, change of use to medical centre, physiotherapy, consultancy and gymnasium has been withdrawn. That was withdrawn on the 4th of February by the applicant. So it also notes that a determination for that permit is now no longer required. So somebody please to move that recommendation. We've got the Deputy Mayor seconded by Councillor Priest. Deputy Mayor, any contributions? Councillor Priest, contributions around the table? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Just briefly, what I'd like to say is that whilst we appreciate it's been withdrawn, it's disappointing that certainly on the first occasion that more time wasn't granted. It's resulted in the council needing to facilitate two special meetings, which has been considerable in terms of the administrative burden, and indeed councillors all changing their arrangements as we are, as we need to do to come back. It was disappointing that on that first iteration that an extension of time wasn't granted. I hope now that this bodes for an outcome that is more palatable for the community, and we look forward to seeing it in some way, shape or form down the track, and hope that those conversations that are continuing to occur, and we know they're continuing to occur, are genuine, and that solutions are reached that are palatable for the community, because there's some real issues in that development, particularly around parking.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Nothing to close then. To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Council no longer sits as planning authority. Will of the table, we might have a comfort break, just 5 minutes, if anyone needs to stretch the legs or use the bathroom. So we might just join back here at 3:10 sharp.
to the RSL Tasmania Veterans Acute Housing matter first. I've got some speakers here.
Great. So, procedural motion from the Deputy Mayor to bring forward 21.2. So the Deputy Mayor has moved that, seconded by Councillor Palmer. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We'll bring forward 21.2, which is the RSL Tasmania Veteran Acute Housing. Before we do get to the recommendation, we'll now open it up to the floor for contributions. Just name and suburb, please.
Hello, my name's John Hardy. I'm the CEO of RSL Tasmania.
Thank you. And you'd like to speak to the item?
Yeah, sure. So, 2 minutes. Okay, let's keep this very, very short. So, RSL Tasmania delivers its veteran services through a thing called Veteran Hub Tasmania. Veteran Hub Tasmania is currently on a journey to deliver over 10 years of what will hopefully approximately be 50 plus dwellings. We're currently in stage 1 of that. So currently we are negotiating with various councils around the island, Glenorchy, Kentish and yourselves, to obtain land so we can build homes for veterans and family members. Veterans are 3 times more likely to be homeless than the general population, although it would be fair to note that there is a significant need for houses everywhere in Tasmania, and we fully understand that. However, we do have an opportunity and a funding stream to deliver these homes at no cost to council or any local services. We'll do it completely independent ourselves. All we want from you guys and girls is the land to do it. Any questions?
Great. No, we'll open up the agenda item with the recommendation, and we've got our officers here to help facilitate any further questions. So thank you. If you don't mind, you have a seat and listen to the deliberations. Great. Thank you. And thanks again. Thanks again for your time and for the work that you're doing in this space. It's an exciting conversation to be having. Okay. So we'll now move to the recommendation, and the recommendation is that Council notes the Valuer General's evaluation, and that Council, by absolute majority, forms the intention to dispose of the land at 1 Connaught Crescent in West Launceston. It's been moved by Councillor Britton. It's been seconded by Councillor Palmer. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much, and apologies, I was a bit late getting in here. I hope I don't repeat myself. But 3.6 million from both state and federal. Sorry, I've just stuffed up there. Look, this to me is a no-brainer. In Councillor Palmer's words, we've got 3.6 million from state and federal government. RSL and Veterans Hub want to provide housing and support to veterans who, as we've heard, are 3 times more likely to experience homelessness. 1 Connaught Crescent may not be the most desirable piece of land. Perhaps there's a few issues with access, etc., etc. However, it is very close to the Veterans Hub, very close to the CBD, and more importantly, these people have said that they are very happy with this piece of land, and really, if they're happy with it, I'm happy with it. This is a good news story. It's a win for the council, and thanks very much to the staff for providing what we've needed and finding the land. Obviously, it does align with a lot of our strategies, and to me, it's the right thing to do. So, best of luck to everyone, and I hope everyone agrees with me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. As the second to Councillor Palmer.
Thanks, Mayor. Anything we can do to support our returned servicemen and women, I'll wholeheartedly support. Thank you very much.
Great. Any contributions from the table? Nothing further to quote? Councillor Pentridge? Okay. Anything further to close? Okay. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll now return to the agenda. Thanks very much, officers, and thanks, Jan Executive Leader. Thank you for coming and moving that item forward. Excellent. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Okay, back to 12 in the agenda, announcements by the Mayor. They're published as a part of this agenda. So we move forward to 13 with councillor reports. Oh, I need to make an amendment as well around apologies. Apologies with Councillor Harris. Got a little overwhelmed with how many people are in here, and I made a misstep of not acknowledging Councillor Harris and Councillor Carr. Apologies today. So councillor reports. We've got Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I assisted at the Community Recognition Awards on Friday the 6th of February, and I'm just going to quickly run through who our recipients were, so people are aware of some of the amazing people we have in our community. The Young Citizen Award was awarded to Caitlin Duffy, who at just 18 years old runs her own cafe, is a valued member of the West Tamar Advisory Council and mentors young people. Citizen Award for Community was presented to Cynthia Clements. Cynthia has, and a few around this table know Cynthia, Cynthia has devoted herself to the Ravenswood and Launceston community for 27 years as a member of Starting Point Neighbourhood House. Her service spans disability support, youth programs, community garden initiatives, and as a NILS loan officer offering ethical financial assistance to people experiencing hardship. Citizen Award, Mental Health and Wellbeing, was awarded to Matt Dinjan. Matt is an extraordinary community leader whose advocacy, fundraising and personal courage have touched lives across Tasmania. In 2025, Matt raised $75,000 for the Cancer Council and more recently raised, I think it was around $50,000 for Speak Up, Stay Chatty, running from Launceston to Hobart. Citizen Award in the Arts was presented to Yvonne Gluyas. For decades, Yvonne has been one of Launceston's most vibrant cultural leaders, a storyteller, poet, mentor, chef, toastmaster and tireless volunteer. She has been involved in the Tasmanian Poetry Festival, Words United, Society of Women's Writers Tasmania and Toastmasters. Enriching our cultural landscape, she also supports Magnolia Place and cooked for community events for over 20 years. The Sports Award recipient was Dean Hawkins. Dean has dedicated decades to strengthening community sport in Launceston. He founded Nitro Arena, creating a safe, welcoming indoor sporting facility for people of all ages and abilities. He has also expanded opportunities for young people, especially girls and women, to participate in cricket. The Community Event of the Year award went to the Holy Mila, held by the Nepalese Society. This year's winner, Holy Mila, was a vibrant celebration of colour, culture and community spirit, bringing people of all ages and backgrounds together in a joyful expression of unity. And I think everyone really enjoyed the evening and getting their awards. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Further councillor reports? Councillor Priest?
Thank you, Mayor. On the 6th of February, I attended, well, it was my 4th year attending Party in the Paddock, purchased my own ticket. I just wanted to congratulate Vibestown on another fantastic event. Really enjoyed my time there. It was, as always, fantastically organised, and I think I read that the organiser, Karen, is stepping back. So good luck to whoever takes on that role. On the 11th of February, I attended the Queen Victoria Mag Arts Foundation fundraiser, as did you, Mayor. That was a great evening in our beautiful Albert Hall foyer. And then on the 13th of February, I also undertook some training about understanding population dynamics in the Launceston region. That was really valuable. And then on the 13th of February, I attended the 90th anniversary celebration of the CWA. And I just would like to say that it was a fantastic event, and just also say that the cake that took 5 hours to cook to celebrate that event on the evening of last Friday had a magnificent decoration on the top of it in the form of a copy of the first minutes from the very first CWA meeting in Launceston. It was awesome. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Further community reports? Okay, we'll move forward the agenda to 14, which is questions by councillors. 14.1 is the questions on notice by councillors, and they are responded to and published as a part of this agenda. So moving to 14.2, we've got questions without notice by councillors. We've got the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. I have
three. The first one just aligns with comments made by Councillor McMahon in regard to the Citizenship Awards. 2 to 3 years ago, I asked questions of this chamber in relation to the historical record of the recipients of these awards. Places like West Tamar Council have them on honour boards in their council chamber. We don't have them recognised, so once they've been recognised, we forget about them basically. Well, we don't forget about them, but we just don't have them recorded. It was put to me by a Citizen of the Year a number of years ago. It'd be nice that people, his grandchildren or somebody, might be able to see that he actually was once awarded something like that. So I'm just wondering if the council officers could look into how we might capture that history so that those awards are recognised into the future and people can go back and reflect on those.
Great,
there was some concept about doing them on virtually on our website and things like that, but I'll leave that with the officers to think about. Also note that the highway renovation that's going on coming into the city is getting very close to South Prospect, and whether there are any opportunities there for us to look at how whatever they're doing at the moment, integrating that into something which might help in the future for South Prospect. So if the council office could do that. And another one was just on my drive up to Trevellyn the other day, and it reflected me as I drove past the TRC Hotel on the right-hand side where the Taswater Margaret Street sewer station, all the sort of hoarding started to come down, and you see actually quite a big gap in there. A number of years ago when the Joseph Cromie works were being done at the gunpowder mill and so forth like that, there was real challenges about parking in the area, and we've had continual parking issues regarding Launceston College and things like that over the journey. I'm just wondering if we could reach out to Taswater, and I don't even know who owns the land. There's probably a couple of issues associated with the impact on the flood levy wall, because that was one of the things that I actually looked at putting parking up in that area, and the levy wall was a problem. But just to seek out and see what that land is going to be used for into the future, and as to whether there's a possibility for using it for some form of car parking or some other community purpose.
Great. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. Any further commentary, CEO? Take those on notice. Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Bentridge.
I've been the phone calls. Yeah, we've got some major problems all over our city, and it doesn't seem to get addressed. We seem to be moving it from one place to another. There's some grave concerns from people down at the tea tree bin there, and it's become the new place to set fire to cars.
Okay.
There's a fuel. One of the people that's been very concerned was Doug from Hagen Oil. I mean, there's a lot of inflammable stuff in it. There's buses. There's a huge car stockpile down there. It just doesn't seem to be addressed.
Okay.
I mean, what is going on?
Okay.
I mean, talking to the police, I don't know that it's really our problem as far as council goes, but it's actually driving everyone insane.
Okay.
Can someone, Mr. CEO, talk to someone? I mean, I know we can't do much about it. Look, there's one entrance down there, and one exit. A camera here and there, surely.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. We can definitely explore an answer to that issue and have a look. Thank you. Councillor Britton.
Thanks very much. Just something to raise with me recently, it's been brought up before. One, the futures plan out at the QV mag, where are we at with that? Are we continuing on with it, or is that currently being scrapped? And two is, what are we looking at doing at alleviating some of the cost of that at the moment?
Great. Thanks for the question, Councillor Britton. And I know there's some work happening in that space, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Britton, for that question. You may recall we have presented a workshop quite recently around the futures plan for QV Mag, and there will be further updates on that. Happy to send you that info through, just in terms of where we're at and what is capable and achievable in relation to the futures plan and resourcing requirements to fulfil it in its fullest form, in its current format. And our team are still working through that, and obviously the recruitment of the new director at QV Mag will be critical to that. In respect to budgets, our team already have been working through current operational budgets in particular. That's where the savings will come for us, and working through what we spend, why we spend it, how we spend it at QV Mag. And of course, coming into budget deliberations for the 26-27 budget, we will also be putting that to the table around some reductions in operating costs that doesn't hinder the cultural program that QV Mag offers.
Will we look at all to get any funding from the state government?
And through the chair, we obviously do currently receive some funding. We receive an annual endowment payment. But
Any more?
Yes, we have written. You may recall we did write back to DSG when they tried to shortchange us under our current arrangement, which has been corrected. And I have met with the, dare say now, previous Arts Minister in relation to what that would look like moving forward, recognising that about the circa 1.8 million we get doesn't even come close to 50% of the operating costs for QV Mag, which doesn't give parity to what's funded at TMAG.
Great, thank you. Further question, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, there was just one I just did forget to come back. Mr Carroll, who came in and spoke at the beginning, he mentioned that I'd lost my phone. And the answer is I have had a lot of dialogue with him, but it actually refers back to the questions I asked on notice, I think around Christmas time, in regard to our network and our network challenges and things like that. And he had, I think in that question, I'd actually noticed that he actually said he's got some solutions to it. So I got a response back. I think I was away at the meeting, the response came back, but I'm not sure that it actually led me anywhere as to what we were actually going to do about it, because I think I've got a broader motion that will come shortly to Council in regard to looking at our infrastructure and our road network overall and try to sort of future-proof ourselves rather than be thinking about it in the future. Wish we'd done something today. But I just really would like to follow through, particularly those two issues that Mr Carroll raised today, because they were on the back of my questions, I think, at that time. Because I think I want to know what we're doing. I know DSG are probably the major component of that, but we need to be pushing from our city point of view to ensure that they're doing what we need them to do in that respect. And third thing, just in relation to that, was line marking as to where we're at. I was told a number of years ago that we were waiting on people to come from Hobart to do it, and I'm still waiting, and that's probably 5-6 years since that happened, I think. So are they still in Hobart and not coming up here? But just what is happening with line marking, and quite frankly, I think the level of service on line marking in general has been appalling by the state government, whoever does it for us. And I think that we need to be pushing forward, and if we've got to come up with our own solution, I think that's something we need to consider.
Thank you, CEO. We'll take those on notice, or executive? Yeah, we'll take those on notice. And we'll also note the work that Hobart was trying to do through LGAT around line marking as well, and our position with that vote down in Hobart. Further questions? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Britton around QV Mag, has there been any work done in identifying how we can help cover costs in relation to the QV Mag, as far as, for example, the Michael Williams exhibition, whether or not we charge a small fee to interstate and we give our ratepayers and community free entry, but those people that do travel here for the exhibition, we might charge a small entry fee, whether it be $2, $3, $5. Has there been work put into that to help us cover costs?
The Mona model. Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. I'm mindful of not trying to spook the hound dogs anymore, so I don't want to say too much in a public forum pre any budget workshop discussions that we have, but it's fair to say that our team are working through an array of options regarding fees and charges, which will be presented to a workshop very soon.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Walker.
Pre any budget workshops, that leads perfectly into my question, bearing in mind that we haven't had any yet, and bearing in mind that it's this table that will set the budget for 25-26 and will also strike any potential rate rises. Why is it that the Mayor and the CEO are both being quoted, both quoting figures for rate rises when we haven't had that discussion yet?
CEO?
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. I can certainly speak to my own language and my own commentary, and it's quite consistent that I've said on a number of occasions that our long-term financial plan 1 already says rate rises, and that's a council endorsement and a council position. And of course, with CPI tracking where it is, we know that we would be looking at circa increases in line with CPI. You are 100% correct. That is a decision of the council, and I think I recall myself saying that in the media only just recently that it is exactly that, a council decision in terms of rate rises. I can tell you now that we will be proposing a rate rise. What that number is, we don't have that definitive number as yet. Yes, our team's doing quite a substantial amount of modelling, and they're doing that modelling through an updated, more robust long-term financial plan equally. But we must recognise when CPI is currently tracking at 3.8%, which is quite concerning for the Australian economy overall, and then recognising, as I've updated previously, some of our large fixed costs, and two of those big costs being one, depreciation, and two, employee costs, when we make impacts and changes to those, such as upgrading our facilities and services and assets, such as the Albert Hall and the Princess Theatre, that brings with it significant increases to depreciation. And then when we go through processes like enterprise agreement negotiations, that equally brings direct increases to our bottom line fixed costs. So we all recognise that with CPI at 4% and an increase in bottom line fixed costs through capital spending and industrial relations, that there either results in an increase in revenue demand and or a reduction in service provision and operating costs. What the rate will be, we don't know at this point in time, but our professional advice will be a rate rise of some description.
Further questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and noting that we do have an efficiency dividend report coming up later in today's meeting, which does list some things that council are doing towards improving productivity, and I'm sure there's many, many more things we can do. What discussions have council had with Launceston Airport regarding the reinstatement of dividends from their trading and our partnership with them in terms of a 10% ownership of the airport?
CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. And I'd probably remind us all to go back to the presentation we received only just a few weeks ago from the Launceston City Airport. I would like to make it clear that it is certainly my understanding that we do not have a 10% equity in the Launceston Airport. And I think we've all been briefed on what that arrangement actually does look like in terms of our financial interest in the Launceston Airport, but not by way of direct shares in the Launceston Airport. And I would reiterate the comments made by those who presented at that workshop in relation to dividends. We don't get a dividend payment, we get an interest payment, which is at the deliberation of Launceston Airport and, of course, APAC, I think it is, or the APAC.
Thank you. Further questions?
Certainly. I note that in a report recently cited that the pinnacle of those interest payments was up to $750,000 not too long ago. Should council have any expectation that that might occur again in the future?
CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. And again, I refer back to the workshop where it was made quite clear to us not to expect any interest payments over the coming foreseeable years based on the capital program of Launceston Airport.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, moving through the agenda, we've got committee reports at 16. 16.1 is the Cultural Advisory Committee. We've got the recommendation being that we adopt the confirmed minutes. This meeting was held on the 1st of October. We also received the report from the 3rd of December and received the unconfirmed minutes from the 3rd of December. Somebody to move. A question first, quickly. Procedural question.
Do we adopt minutes of subcommittees, or do we just note and receive them?
CEO?
Through the Chair, from a governance practice, my best belief would be always to adopt them, the minutes, of course noting that they are a committee of council, so therefore they're essentially providing recommendations and or advice back to you as the governing body.
Okay, so this is looking for a mover, which is Councillor Walker. Seconded, Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And I do take pleasure in having these presented to Council. I'll give a warning to my fellow councillors. If you're on a committee and minutes are being taken, they will be presented here, and that is a great thing. I encourage everyone who takes an interest in the cultural life of Launceston to have a look at the minutes, both from that October meeting and from December, and you'll find great detail there and great expertise that we have from our community members on that committee, and discussions around many different things that are topical at the moment. Murals on seaport walls, laneway parties, artworks for the entrance, the gateway project for the entrance of our great city. There are people who are giving of their time and their expertise to really contribute towards a greater, richer cultural experience for all of us. And I thank my fellow councillor, Councillor Britton, who's also on that committee. In reading through the minutes, I thought I do have to be a bit more careful what I'm saying, because they're quite candid minutes, and so they should be. I'm really glad to see this level of reportage happening, and whether we adopt them or note them, there might be something in there that a fellow councillor doesn't agree with, so I do encourage you to read them and to question anything that you need to there. As far as the future goes, it is great for the community to be able to read those, see the work that's being done. For example, I know there's contention around the mural at Seaport at the moment, and I think the council needs to be able to sing it from the rooftops, the reasons behind some of these projects, because they're not always self-evident. We don't all, live and breathe cultural activity. But just to say very simply, in that instance, this mural was inspired by the Canamalooka Tamara River and observations there. It was designed so that it wouldn't be distracting for traffic, so it doesn't have big colourful images like some murals would have. The poetic language that was used was designed to prompt people, to make them think and reflect upon their relationship with the river. And I think we can get better at communicating those aspects of our cultural expression. That will be a great thing for the council and for the community. And so I do recommend accepting these minutes to the table.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Britton is the seconder. Deputy Mayor.
Just two things just to show that I did read it. One, I think just in relation to both the Seaport one and our future one, our entrance to Launceston, is, we had this conversation I think over lunchtime, it's just about the interpretation of it, and people who are coming into the city will see these things and say, well, it's a welcome to Launceston, but what does it mean? Because I think that in particular needs some articulation, because I think it will take a little bit of understanding as to what that mural means to people. I mean, I think, not mural, that installation. So just thinking about how we actually promote that, and even with the mural at Seaport, the concept that you've talked about, the artist statement and things like that, as to where people can find that, and whether there's something that's actually installed down at the wall, so if people are walking through the hole in the wall, they can actually see what the artist statement says about that piece of work. But just looking for ways that we can actually educate our community on it. I appreciate art is for people to interpret in many ways, but I think particularly with the entrance to Launceston. And the other one was just in relation to the Tatler Arcade or Tatler Lane Commission. I think the Mayor and I were talking to one of the owners of the area in there and saying, well, you didn't actually talk to me about this, even though it's on the wall of a property that's owned by somebody else, but it reflects down on the Tatler Lane, is making sure that we've sought out the right permissions and spoken to all the right people before we start painting on walls.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Any further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Walker? To the vote, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got connections and livability at 17. 17.1 is the quarterly report. Recommendation is to receive the report. This was the period ending the 1st of October to 31st of December. Somebody please to move. Councillor Walker has moved, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker.
These reports are great, and I would encourage anyone who takes an interest in our civic life to read these. I think there's a bit of a competition going on amongst our executive leaders who can write the most detailed report at the moment, because they make fascinating reading. The amount of work, the diversity of the work that's being done by Launceston City Council, I think there's probably no aspect of people's lives that's not touched in some way by that. So I just heartily recommend that, and thank the executive leadership for these reports. This is something that we didn't used to get on council, only going back a few years, and this is the type of thing that is going to communicate widely the broader public the depth and scope of the work being done, and yeah, heartily recommend it.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Britton?
Just to second the comments made by Councillor Walker, thanks very much for the reports. They're good. That's a terrible word, but thank you.
Great, thank you. Further contributions, Councillor McMahon, then Deputy Mayor.
Just quickly, it's good to see that we've received, or the funding was successful for the Kalamaluka RV rest stop, so that's be a nice one to see unfold. I also want to commend the reports. It does show the amount of work that council officers and staff are involved in. We've had a lot of commentary around work ethic at the council, and I encourage everyone to actually read these kind of reports and this kind of information, because that's where you get the real story. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Gibson.
Mine was pretty similar, which just showcases what we do, not what we can't do.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yep, thank you. Echoing those words, noting many of the departments cite that in unstable times and shortages of staff, they've still been able to achieve great outcomes. Looking for a couple of progress items in the next report, we'll be looking for a status update with regard to our overdue homelessness annual reporting. Obviously, that's something that is now overdue. Understand from a human resource perspective we're down staff-wise, but something we committed to doing when we endorsed it, so we need to make it happen. Also looking for some progress on our public art cataloguing. This is a long overdue item. It speaks to some of the things that have been mentioned in a previous item, an online version of the things that we have in the public art catalogue, very simple to achieve, could be done in a simple, simplistic way. So looking forward to that. Also just want to note, I note there's reference in the report of working on our logo. Just want to remind the organisation that any tinkering with the City of Launceston logo needs to be approved by this council table. The logo is approved only by the sitting councillors of the City of Launceston. I'm starting to see at events and other things little creeps with regard to the City of Launceston formal logo. So just want to remind operations that that is approved only through changes that come to this council table. And want to finish on a high by saying the relocation of the Travel and Information Centre has certainly created great vibrancy. It's wonderful to see the team at work at doing what they do so well. I can't believe in the numbers that we see visible every day when we come through Town Hall, that the state government has a policy to do away with face-to-face tourism. It's bizarre. It beggars belief. But it's certainly kicking goals in Launceston, and I thank the team who worked so hard to celebrate us. It is appreciated, and I think they do a fabulous job.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Was there any further to the item? No, to close, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. To close, a couple of thoughts occur to you while other people are speaking. One is that, of course, there's no mention of arts grants in there at the moment. We did have one round of cultural arts grants of, I do believe it was up to $40,000 or so. It was probably not managed with the good governance that it deserves, but I do hopefully look forward to an opportunity where we do have those arts culture grants coming back again. There's always going to be commentary about local art versus bigger productions, bands, artists coming from interstate and things like that. But that was a good opportunity, and it will be in the future, hopefully, for Launceston to be able to sponsor some of its local artists with smaller grants for various projects. And I suppose the other thing there is we have budgeted, since the Aboriginal Partnership Plan was developed and implemented by this council, we have budgeted $50,000 towards the implementation of that. That is money that is yet to be spent this financial year, and I do think that it is something that councillors do need to put their minds to. I know that there's various touch points where we do interact with the Aboriginal community. One being mentioned here in regards to the gorge and interpretation there. But there is far, far more that we can do, and it's not an insubstantial amount of money, but we have to let that community, we have to have that conversation to allow that community to lead those discussions. So they're areas that, amongst many I'm sure, that we're working on, but that I would encourage us to pursue.
Great, thank you. To the vote, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Thanks, Ellie. We don't have anything today identified in 18, which is the QV mag section of this agenda. So we move to 19, which is community asset and design. 19.1 is the quarterly report. We do have the recommendation here being that council receives the report. This is the 1st of October again to the 31st. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved. Seconded. Seconded by Councillor Priest. Deputy Mayor.
I'll largely let the report speak for itself. I think the comments that were made in the previous one relevant in this one as well. I just note in there that we've got a watering system going on without new trees. I get notes back every so often that we have trees that are not as well watered as we'd like them to be. So just making sure that we're reviewing the efficiency of that program.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Priest, any further contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got 19.2, which is the council submission housing land supply. This is a miscellaneous amendment for the bill of 2026. We've got the recommendation being that council endorses the submission as it's attached in this part of the agenda for the lodgement with the State's Planning Office. That has to be done by the 27th of this month. And it also continues to seek collaboration opportunities with Homes Tasmania to deliver quality housing outcomes, particularly in the northern suburbs. That is the recommendation. Somebody please to move. Moved by the Deputy, seconded by Councillor Britton. Deputy?
Just to say that we're responding and working with them.
Great. Councillor Britton, any contributions to the vote? All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got 20 with delivery and performance 20.1, quarterly report, period 1st of October to 31st. Recommendation to receive the report. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton, seconded. Councillor Marsden. Councillor Britton, any contributions? Councillor Marsden, anything around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Would just like to acknowledge the significant number of staff have left the City of Launceston during the reporting period and recognise their contribution. Many of them obviously left quite quickly, and we didn't necessarily have a formal way of celebrating their achievements or long tenure. So I want to publicly recognise that. Some individual names are referenced throughout some reports and not others, which is fine. No reflection on the way the reports are written, but I think collectively we'd like to celebrate the contributions that those staff have made. It's interesting, I raised a question just this week around exit interviews, and here's the answer, so I might seek to take that off a future council agenda. It would be really good to grow those numbers because that's where we'll learn what is what and how we can improve and strengthen experience for staff members. 2 exit interviews is probably not enough. But want to reflect on the report as a whole. Huge amount of work again. Many divisions talk of a lack of staff or changes in leadership, which is acknowledged the time that it's been, and still great outcomes achieved for community.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Any further contributions to the vote? All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, we have a resolution already for 20... No, we haven't got there yet, have we? We've got, that's 24. 20.2, we've got the correspondence from the Minister of Local Government, Electoral Reforms Legislation, recommendation being that Council indicates its position on the Local Government Electoral Bill 2025 and requests that the CEO submit the published comments to the Local Government Association of Tasmania. That's got to be done by the 28th. The report adds with the attachments, those that will be submitted, and we've been through a workshop for this one, so somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Britton. Comments? Deputy Mayor.
As you said, it's been through a workshop.
Great. Councillor Britton. Any further comments? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I think that responses are varied for some of these, especially around the table, just as they would be in the community. Some people would agree, some people would disagree. You know, one, for example, is the internal election of the deputy mayor as a proposal. That you can argue the case for and against, and I'm sure there are good arguments around that. So I'm not sure what we achieved by putting this submission in. We put a hat in the ring, I suppose, and say, oh, we're interested, which we certainly are. We're not to know some of the effects, and I suppose one of the most significant changes in here, I think, is to do with advertising and the proposed change that candidates can use the name and photograph of other candidates. I think that's something that I've never seen in local government.
It's not allowed, is it?
And it's something that will definitely change the nature of a local government election. And I'm not sure whether that's for the better or not. I'm not even sure the reason why you would make that change. It will make it a more competitive process, possibly a more politicised or partisan style campaign. So we shall wait with somewhat bated breath, I suppose, as to whether these changes get through in time for the next election, which is, as we know, not far away, probably 8 months or so. It's probably a long road to hoe for the state government to get these through, but nonetheless, I can't make... I won't endorse this because I'll abstain from voting on this because I struggle to see the relationship between our submission and what the government decide. I know these things are open for submission and there will be a plethora of opinions, but I'm not sure how that helps the government make these decisions. They've already come up with their list of what they want to do, and I'm not sure if our submission will make any difference in the scheme of things. It might be a little bit non-participatory of me. I do like democracy, but I'm not sure this is how it works. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I'm still pondering that comment, but I definitely appreciate it. I mean, the other side of the coin is you can just introduce compulsory election model without any consultation whatsoever. So here at least is a process that's trying to provide a time frame and an opportunity for us to have a say, and here is a process that our council officers have afforded us, which I think reflects brilliantly the full spectrum of responses. You've got some councillors who are saying this, and you've got others who are saying this, and so that's captured in our submission beautifully. The way the government uses that information to arrive at their decision will ultimately be up to them. Is it predetermined? I like to think not. I like to think that the sector has a strong voice at this particular opportunity, otherwise, you know, why bother? Councillor Walker may not share that view, and that is totally fine. That is democracy in action. What I will say is that I fundamentally believe that the election of the Deputy Mayor should occur around the table without question. Gone are the days of it being someone's turn. Gone are the days of the deal being determined on the telephone the night before the meeting. Gone are those times. Instead, let the public decide, allow for democracy to be in action and for the community to elect those people that they want to see in those two roles, noting, as I've said before and is captured here, perhaps it is the role of the Deputy that needs to be strengthened in terms of the Local Government Act for it to have additional strength as required. But I want to thank the officers for capturing those councillors who have contributed to the opportunity to participate in the submission to this point. Of course, there's opportunity today to further contribute if we so wish. And I think it is a sign of hopefully the way that the government are listening to the sector, learning from last time when perhaps the introduction of compulsory voting wasn't that greatly endorsed, favoured or supported by the sector when it was put upon us at the 11th hour.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Any further contributions? Anything further to close? To the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge is against. Those abstaining? Councillor Walker? Cool. Okay, the motion is carried. We've got here at 20.3 the delegation under the Strata Titles Act of 1998. Recommendation being that Council revokes any previous delegation made by Council in respect of the Strata Titles Act of 1998 delegates all of its functions and powers under the Strata Title Act to the position of the CEO, and also authorises the CEO to delegate any of Council's functions of the powers under the Strata to employees of Council. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved for sake of conversation. Seconded by Councillor Britton to formalise that conversation. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just
any
want
questions
to
for clarity?
I just want to start with why are we doing this? What's changed?
Yeah, fair. Thank you. Through Executive Leader of Governance to...
Sorry. Thanks for the question. So the Act has been updated and we need to have it contemporary to be able to administer it very efficiently.
So is that meaning the names of the people or the fact that there's a few other clauses in the Act that weren't there before?
Yep. So there's going to be some changes as part of Project Shape. Also, the previous delegation delegated through subsections. It provides less flexibility when changes occur. So by having it for all of the functions and powers, it gives more flexibility.
Thank you.
Councillor Britton, as a seconder.
Sorry, I haven't spoken to it yet.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
I think that's fine. I just need to understand why we were doing it. Now I do, I think, from a carrying point of view and if you like, administrative point of view, it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. Further contributions or questions? Yeah, Councillor Walker.
Question, if I may. You mentioned names, but surely the delegation would be to the title, the job position, not a person.
Sorry. So the previous delegation went to the Chief Executive Officer, or General Manager was the title at the time. That's changed. That's not the... sorry, that has changed, but really now it's moving from those little subsections, which were all or most of them at the time, now to all of the powers and functions in the Act.
Thank you.
Any further questions or clarity required? Anything further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge and Walker against. The motion is carried. Thank you. We got 20.4, which is lease and licence policy. Got the recommendation being that Council adopts the lease and licensing policy as published. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor's moved, seconded by Councillor Marsden. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just noticed in there we've got three different types of leases, I think, that we're looking at: commercial and government use leases, and we talk about extending lease terms where significant capital is invested potentially by the tenant. I'm just not sure if that didn't flow over into the not-for-profit sector, I don't think, where we could extend the terms of the lease. I just take, for instance, I remember the Launceston Bowling Club they spent $150,000, which they got a grant for, on their bowls club there, and said, well, we spent this money, raised it ourselves, can we get an extended lease over more than the 3 years? At the moment, they'd be limited to 3 years, I think, under this, unless I've got that wrong. So I'm just really wanting to sort of drop that same clause that we've got in the commercial one, which is issue of a new lease, which basically at the term where a leasee makes significant financial investment in the council-owned property, that they could be given an extended lease. Have I misread that? That we haven't got that in the next one?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I just was querying why we wouldn't afford that to a community organisation that goes out and either raises its own funds or gets a grant from the government or somebody to do that, and saying, well, we've invested this amount of money in it, why can't we get an extended period of time?
Thank you, Deputy.
Yeah, well, it's something that we could definitely consider and go back and amend. It probably wasn't considered in this particular policy because we were looking at basing it off our existing policy that we have now.
So is that something you would seek to amend today, that we add in for community groups?
I think it would be. I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't afford them the same extension of time if they were investing their own funds, which they may raise out of their members and or from...
How much
Sorry,
Yeah.
I should have
Just
asked
in
this
our
before, sorry.
consultation with senior and executive leaders, it was sort of determined that we would take the community user groups from the original 5 years and bring them back to the 3 years so that we could provide more flexible use for the properties and not tie them up under leases for such a long period of time, and allow other users to perhaps have the opportunity to occupy those premises as well. But we just have to make sure we word it carefully around if they're putting in capital investments, we'd have to have a limit on that or something, so that we're not just allowing every community lessee 10 years in a property.
Yeah, I guess we'd need to approve the capital anyway, I would have thought, because it's our building most times. So anyway, look, I'm happy to move it today on what we've got, but I wouldn't mind going back and considering that rather than make a knee-jerk reaction to it.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Marsden, as the seconder. Councillor Gibson, a question.
Thanks. A couple of questions, and one directly following Councillor McKenzie. I think we could potentially get ourselves into situations that historically we've already gotten ourselves into with regard to ownership of facilities that have been leased out, when people, and particularly community groups, spend significant amounts or receive additional funding or apply for grants or do things sometimes that kind of entitles them to begin to think that they in fact own the asset. So it would just need, I think, some more exploring. I can think of a couple of current examples where that is definitely the case, where it's causing us some challenge. My question, so could that be considered with anything we take on board into the future? My next question is, and I really appreciate the work, but I struggle to understand with the community user groups how new user groups get the opportunity to participate, because essentially it says we'll renew the lease if there have been no breaches on the existing lease, but council is not obligated to do so and can choose to deal with the property at their discretion. I totally understand that that provides us with flexibility, but it does mean realistically, despite that clause, that things just go on forever. You know, that if you're lucky enough to be the community organisation that has carriage of building A or building B or the room here or the room there, that you really, unless councillors decide to set a new parameter for that particular asset, that it does kind of continue to go on. So my question is, how do you prevent that from happening? And my other question is, and I mean this with all respect, but we do seem to sometimes be behind with the leases, and I question whether or not, and I appreciate there's been a big backlog and we're doing them so differently and it's really great work, but I do wonder if 3 years is too frequent, and whether or not the 5 allowed us and the community groups better kind of understanding of where they are and what they're doing, and a surety of where their home is. If you think of a band or a scout group, or you think of a service club, you know, 3 years isn't a long time. If you think of the historical society, different because they're going to spend money, but 3 years is not a very long time at all to establish your premises and deliver your outcomes. So do we think 3 is too short?
Thanks, Councillor Gibson.
Certainly it can be looked at, again, with our internal processes where executive and senior leaders reviewed the proposed policy. It was determined that the most desirable result would be the 3 years. So that's what that's based on.
With respect to it being too short a period of time? Yes, so...
Well,
we would not need to advertise the lease. It was public land still, wouldn't we?
Public land.
Yes, and we brought to council. Yeah.
So I guess my question is, so does that mean that you would be advertising every 3 years for a community asset?
Not necessarily. If we determined that there was a group in place that we wanted to continue to operate within a leased, within a premises, if there was no breaches in the actual lease, then we could continue to issue them a new lease.
But that's tricky, isn't it? Particularly with those, it relies so much on councillors then having to say, okay, we should open up City Park Radio, the City Park House. I'm using that as an example.
Yeah.
The likelihood is unusual, and particularly for those that are already lucky enough to have a council facility. So it's not as though these people have to apply again to start afresh. So I think there does need to be an end date, I feel like. And maybe this is great work, and the delineation of different levels and layers, this is the best it's ever been. So it's not a reflection on the work, it's brilliant work. But I guess my question is, do we just need to think about how the renewal occurs just a little bit more to ensure we're not in a cycle that requires an intervention by councillors? Otherwise officers don't know when they're advertising things or they're not, or maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe it just happens the same way and then councillors call it out if there's an issue. Maybe that's how it is, I'm not sure.
Around this, can I just get some clarification too, because we've seen this and we've had correspondence, as an example, from Alfie. Like, he's saying, well, now I've been here 10 years, but now you're going to go and advertise, and we're like, well, maybe no one's going to go there anyway, but we're still having to open doors. I think City Park Radio is a good example. It would be very difficult to say, okay, you're no longer in that building anymore. Where are they going to put all that infrastructure and that heritage? But then how do we also keep it fair to say that in 5 years, well, we didn't review theirs because they were doing the right thing, but we're going to review that. I don't understand how we delineate between. So I think that if that's part of Councillor Gibson's question.
It is quite tricky because there are groups that obviously, like City Park Radio, that we'd want to continue in the one premises. If we started to put a mechanism in where we had to publicly advertise after every community lease, we then have to go through that process and clearly assess any other proposal that come in, and potentially there could be somebody else that we would have to fairly consider for City Park Radio as an example, which could mean that we would have to say, look, to be transparent, we have to actually kick you out now because this person's providing an option that we can't knock back. So it's a little bit tricky there to put it into the policy, and I suppose at the end of the day the policy is a guideline for us to work with.
Any further questions, Councillor Gibson? And then we'll go to Councillor Walker.
Questions and answers. Can I move that we lay this on the table, unless there's some urgency to this, because it's starting to sound more like a workshop here, where we're discussing things. And I could think of half a dozen exceptions to examples and things like that we could discuss, but it's probably not the time nor place. As long as there's no urgency to get this through today, I think that this could be discussed further at workshop.
So I'll just work with governance here around ensuring that we're moving the right procedural motion, because I believe if we lay it on the table, it has to return the same way. But if we withdraw it, we might be able to have some further conversation potentially at a workshop. So I'll just work through governance around that, just making sure we say the right thing.
I'll withdraw my motion then.
Would that be correct? To withdraw means we can reassess and bring back in a different manner, but to lay on the table means it comes back the same way. Yeah. CEO?
Thank you, through the chair. Might I recommend, given the motion has already been moved and seconded, is now currently in play, that the mover and the seconder, and forgive me, I don't know who they are, but the mover and the seconder,
Deputy Mayor and Councillor Marsden,
may wish to amend what they've moved and seconded to refer the matter to a future workshop for future consideration, perhaps.
Very happy with that. But I just think it's great work. I agree. I think that we'll just keep on all this box here, but there's only iteration in what can happen. And we want to try and protect everybody, including us.
Great. So with the mover and the seconder, so the motion will now become
Council members on the matter and refer it to a future workshop.
Sure. So I would say this becomes an alternate motion because it changes the body and the purpose of it, so that's okay. So I'm just checking with governance as to what's required. Let's just make sure we work through governance to cover it.
So for clarity purposes of the meeting, the mover and the seconder are still happy with what's being proposed. We'll get those words up to refer the matter to a workshop. In noting you are withdrawing your original moving of what is printed in the agenda for clarity purposes. That will save having to move an amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll just get those words into the resolution. Okay, councillors, so just ensuring that the motion is understood. So we've got refers the matter to a future workshop for further consideration as the substantive motion. Been moved by the Deputy, seconded by Councillor Marsden, or okay. Any further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
I just want to say, so it's crystal clear, this is in no way a reflection on this great work. This is the best that our lease and licensing policy has been. It's seeking to do away with ambiguity. There's been a huge backlog. It's really appreciated and it's transparent, and we look forward to just tidying that little bit up with regard to future goals and what councillors desire with regard to community use. And may I just say the work of City Park Radio is valuable, and we look forward to celebrating their 30th anniversary very soon.
40.
40th.
Excellent. Councillor Walker.
Yes, just to say that it's one of those fraught areas. There's always exceptions. I think every councillor gets contacted about these issues, and so there'll be no shortage of examples. I've thought of half a dozen just while we've been talking that seem to be exceptions to the rule. It's like, oh, that's a different case to the last one, and we'll have to work through those. And having once been an employee of City Park Radio, I remain very alarmed and concerned. No, I'm only kidding. They've been a great example to use in this case. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, nothing further to close. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. Great. Thank you. We've got 20.5, which has been circulated with some further information here as well, just some further clarity to the recommendation. So I'll go through what's been circulated. And the CEO is just declaring an interest, not a pecuniary by any means, but just understanding that this has direct impact on contracts going forward and negotiations and conversations. So we've got the executive leader will take the chair. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, that's fine. So, with what's been circulated, we've got that council approves the establishment of a working group to review and recommend an external consultant to facilitate the CEO's contract and performance review process, comprising of the Mayor, Councillor Walker, Councillor Priest and Councillor Harris, and any required relevant council officers.
Just an amendment there. I think Councillor Alex Britton was actually meant to be listed there, Mayor, so if we could please add him to that. I'm not sure if now's the appropriate time, but he's missing off our agenda and off the screen.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that point of order. So just with Executive Leader.
Certainly happy for that change to be made if that's the will of the table, but I'm referring to my notes from the committee meeting, and Councillor Britton was part of the new committee to be established, but was not referenced to be part of this working group. But again, if the table wishes to make that amendment, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah, I'm happy with this. I just didn't want to be out of the Thank you for the clarification.
Great. Okay. So yeah, just in that clarity, in that clarification that this is, and this is why it's been tidied up now also, I think. So we thank governance for that further advice. So this is the working group to basically assess and recommend to the larger group who is going to conduct the review process going forward. And then once that recommendation comes in, and the committee will then appoint them, and it will continue.
For the sake of consistency, if I can be put into this, I'd like to.
Fine. Yeah, it hasn't been moved or seconded yet.
I'll move it amended.
Yep. Okay, so we'll just put Councillor Britton. Yeah, fine. Okay, AJB has been added, and that's been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker.
Just for clarification, you may recall that last year I did move that the entire council became the Chief Executive's Office's Performance Review Committee. That is in the process of moving back to a smaller committee, and part of that process there's a working group for future reference. Council will regularly perform reviews, and that includes getting a consultant for part of that review, and that's where we are up in that process. And as our Executive Officer has noted, there is a group of 5 councillors and the Mayor on the Performance Review Committee, and it makes sense that that's reflected in this group that is managing the recruitment of a consultant. I think I've got all that right.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
I'm somewhat uncomfortable with all these rules and changes all the time, but I'll go along with my colleagues. I think you've got to be an old cliche, people that make the rules normally break the rules. So I'll leave it to my learned friends here. But I just think that there's lots of examples constantly coming up in our community where we've just regulated ourselves into oblivion. So tread carefully.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and definitely heed that warning from the Councillor Pentridge. But this particular item is quite self-explanatory. What we need to do at speed is to get this group together and to get on with it. We don't need to recreate the wheel. The government have very clear guidelines with regard to the recruitment of consultancies and agencies to assist councils to undertake their duties in the review and management of the CEO. We're behind with that. Very simply, we need a couple of officers to assist. We need to contact Legat. We need to download the document whereby the government tells us as a result of their review into it the steps you need to go through. We need to assess the applications that are received to ensure that they are managed as per other services that the council would seek to receive a tender or another process for. and we just need to get on with it. It's not a big, onerous task. 29 councils do this every single year. They all go through the same process. The councillors that have been listed are going to assess against some criteria that the council officers are going to help define which consultant is best able to undertake that job. Then it's going to come back to the council table and we're going to approve it, and we're going to get on with the work that is currently overdue. Then at a subsequent meeting, if it's the will of the council table at that time, we may or may not move to a new committee structure or stick with the current regime. That will be determined at a future meeting when the rules can be considered appropriately.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Any further commentary? Anything further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Thank you. At 21, we've got Strategy and Innovation. 21.1 is the quarterly report from the 1st of October to the 31st of December. Recommendation being that Council receives that report for that period. Somebody please to move the report. Deputy? Seconded by Councillor Priest. Deputy?
Make the comment, we'll leave the report to speak for itself. I think, as we said in previous reports, you weren't here. Great work by the team to put all these together, and it just shows what the council is actually doing.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Priest?
Yes, I second that. I highly value the quarterly reports. Thank you very much for them being collated and presented.
Great. Further contributions from the table? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I noticed that there's still quite a number of vacancies within this area, so it would be great, I think, if we can get some of these positions filled so that the workload is spread out a little bit within that department.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yes, and you'll notice another mention of the efficiency dividend report that is coming up. Also a survey of staff use of AI, which of course is something that is increasingly being used. It's a bit like, the last person to get COVID. I think I'm the last person not to use AI, but I probably used it already and didn't even know that I was using it. That's the problem. Workplaces are changing. I won't delve into, the organisational negotiations that are going on at the moment, but it is a changing workplace. It's a dynamic workplace, and this will be happening all over the world. So it's prescient that council focus in on these types of developments, innovations, technology impacts us all, and the wise use of that by this council will contribute to a more productive and efficient council.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks. Just briefly, thanks. Following on from Councillor Walker. Look, I really want to say how valuable this division of council is proving to be. Really great leadership, really great theory to back up some of the things that we've either done for a long time or need to pivot towards. And I wasn't so sure at the beginning. It seemed to be that there were lots of reports and reviews into things that we'd done for a long time that were kind of coming to us to suggest we either wind up or stop funding. But as time has gone on, I've really appreciated the rigour and the depth with which this part of council is undertaking its work, and I just really want to say thank you. We strategically now seem to be a little more aligned with regard to what we're trying to achieve, and definitely take on board the comments made earlier around ensuring that still sits with the councillors. But yeah, just great work across the team.
Awesome, thank you. Any further contributions? Anything further to close? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We have previously put a resolution for 21.2, so we will continue to 21.3, which is, as mentioned several times throughout this meeting already, the 21.3 is efficiency dividends. It's the Q2 report. Recommendation being that council receives that report for the second quarter of the financial year. Somebody please to move. Councillor Walker has moved, seconded. Councillor Pentridge, Councillor Walker.
I'm sure we'd all like to see this list improve and grow over time, and I'm sure it will. There's probably not one area of our business, in inverted commas, that can't do with just showing operational efficiency and use of capital efficiency. But what's listed here, rebates from the NTDC and adjustments in spending. Sometimes you just don't know until you look in that particular pocket, and all of a sudden you find that I think we've all been guilty of this. You know, you pay your insurance premiums every year, and then you suddenly go, hold on a sec, am I paying more than everyone else? When did this happen? Only you can multiply that by 100, I suppose, when it comes to council. There's just so many areas where we can investigate and become more efficient, but also where we potentially can earn dividends and interest that we have previously perhaps earned, that we can pursue and earn again. Great. Thanks for the report.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge. Great. Thank you. Further contributions, Deputy Mayor?
Great to see. Just wouldn't mind, just as a slight amendment, is to actually have a cumulative total there on what we've done to year to date.
Great. Thank you. Further contributions to close? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. 21.4, we've got the City of Launceston Annual Plan Report for progress for Q2 25-26. Recommendation being to receive and note the progress against the plan. Somebody please to move. Councillor Priest has moved. Deputy Mayor as the seconder. Councillor Priest.
Just would like to say again, I find the quarterly reports, this being my second since being elected, very valuable and gives a great snapshot in these reports. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'd just like to commend the improvement that we've got in these reports now. We can actually see where we sit with things and why we are and where we aren't. So it's good, the traffic light structure and things like that, which is excellent.
Great. Any further contributions? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Got the CEO network at 22. Thank you. 22.1 is the quarterly report, with the recommendation being to receive and note the report. This is for the period ending 1st October, 31st of December. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton's moved. Seconded. Councillor Marsden. Councillor Britton. Councillor Marsden. Contributions? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion's carried. We've got the status report on council decisions at 22.2. Somebody please to move the recommendation to receive. Councillor Britton, seconded. Councillor Palmer. Contributions? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. 22.3 is the status report on notices of motions. This is as at 12th of February. Recommendation to receive. Councillor Britton has moved, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Contributions? All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We have no late items at 23, so we look at going into closed council.
I hope we haven't got any late
24, we've got the recommendation to be moving into closed council to discuss in closed council the published matters as a part of this agenda. Somebody please move. We move. Councillor Palmer for the mover, Councillor Britton for the seconder. All those in favour? All councillors present, we move into closed council. Okay, councillors, somebody please to move that the table of contents is correct and true for the records. It's been moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Britton. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Meeting closed at 5:10. Next meeting to be held here on the 5th of March at 1 p.m.